Salute for being here. We've come full circle. This is the podcast that started it all over here. And we are back with season 2. Season 2 is going to cover the courtroom, I believe. Hopefully it'll cover some of their prison time. They'll talk about their fears, their concerns, what they went through. Hopefully they get through the whole 14 years of what was happening with the twins. So let's see how it all went down. Here we go. Episode 1, All or Nothing, Surviving El Chapo. Thank y'all for being here.
Hey, it's 50 Cent.
And I'm Charlie Webster, host of Surviving El Chapo, the twins who brought down a drug lord. Make sure you listen to the catch-up so you're up to date with what happened in Season 1.
We did
If
that.
you haven't listened to Season 1, where have you been? Go back and listen.
The story is chronological and follows on from Season 2. I can't wait to take you on the second part of this ride. We're going to jump straight in where we left off.
And when I saw the cars and like all the agents and marshals just like staring at us, I think it was the first time I ever felt like, holy shit. I'm not just another drug dealer, right? My whole time, and even though like you might hear me say it now, like, oh, I was the biggest drug dealer, I had no idea that I was. To me, I was just
faking it till you
drugs.
making it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you moved like that. You moved like you was the greatest drug dealer ever. You let everybody see the bread. But now it's dawning on you when you see all them blue lights, shackles and shit.
When you look at it from on the outskirts, because just in perspective, you can't even fathom what that's like.
I was just doing what I did.
That's it.
Why are they here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just us, like, but it was like a reality.
That is a big...
It was hard.
How much money did they spend with all those cops sitting outside that airport? Everybody on duty, everybody on the job, people getting hurt all over the place. People, and not cops. I'm talking about, big boy agencies, FBI, you know what I'm saying, ATF, all of that. But why the show of force for a couple of twins getting off an airplane, a couple of little dudes? Like, it's overkill, man. That's like when they got the big ass table for the little ass rock that they found, that they put on the table.
Like, take all that in. And not having a chance to deal with your emotions was really difficult.
Got our music back.
Hey, it's 50 and Charlie with you again. Welcome back to Surviving El Chapo, the twins who brought down the drug lord, Season 2. After a 20-year-long career in the drug trade, the Flores twins, Peter and Jay, decided it was time to turn their lives around. But it wasn't going to come easy. This is real. They were deep into the cartel. El Chapo was like family to them. They were caught between the cartel on one side and their actual family on the other. Getting out of the life meant a huge betrayal to everything they'd ever known. And turning against the man who was the only reason they were both still alive in the first place. It was Chapo that stopped Pete's execution and who kept the entire family safe.
It took 8 months of secret recordings, working with the US government to bring Chapo down
It's a long
by
time.
recording him on a wiretap.
8 months.
Pete-
They made a baby. Big old cartel baby.
Pete and Jay turned over the recording to the government and handed themselves in, ready to take the next step in turning their lives around.
So they turned over the tape.
US government to bring Chapo down by recording him on a wiretap. Pete and Jay turned over the recording to the government and handed themselves in, ready to take the next step in turning their lives around.
We left you in Season 1 with Pete and Jay shackled and landing in the U.S. to a load of police and federal agents.
Facts.
While the brothers were on their way out of Mexico on a US government private jet, their wives and the rest of the family had to make their own way out of the country. Viv, Val, Pete and Jay's brother Armando, the twins' mother and father, and all the children were left to drive 8 hours through enemy territory across the US border and into relative safety.
With no plan.
Just a reminder that we're not going to identify which brother is speaking each time, but I'm sure by now you've got to know them. Jay is a little lighter and happy-go-lucky. Pete tends to be serious and more of a realist.
Of course he's more serious and a realist. He's the one that suffered the trauma, the physical trauma of being snatched up and locked down and basically starved. So yeah, I'd be a little bit more restrained and quiet than the lighter, happier one. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Jay is married to Val, and at this point they have 2 boys, one just a newborn baby. Pete is married to...
So at this point, they got a newborn baby, okay, and a child.
Viv. They also have a newborn baby, a girl.
It was a big deal when we came back. Like, they had all kinds of marshals and SWAT team. And just bombarding us with questions. There's a couple people talking and a lot of faces. And I seen this man, he's kind of tall. He has a briefcase. And I automatically know, like, oh, that's the U.S. attorney. We went into they have a business lobby, so they have a big conference room, and we went in there, and a few of the agents, including the agent, the DA, Agent Marshall, I think he was, from our original case, is there. And we get on a call with our attorney and the U.S. Attorney's Office from Chicago. And basically they're like, okay, guys, your family's across the border, so now you guys are here, and you guys been cooperating, from Mexico, but now it's time for you guys to finish doing your job.
Join the team, America.
And we're like, huh? You're gonna have to finish doing your job, and that means that we need you to cooperate against all your customer base in the United States.
Everybody can get it.
I was like, oh, absolutely not. Hell no. We're not doing that.
What made you think it was just over with? You know what I'm saying? What made you think that they weren't gonna strong arm you for, all kind of other information and people? I would assume that you would assume I can't just tape Chapo, give him the tape, and boom, we good. Witness protection us, let us do our time. We ain't got to tell you nothing else. That's never going to be the case. Not with the United States government, not with anybody. Human beings are always going to squeeze for whatever they can squeeze for.
We're not doing that.
Yes,
everyone looked like, what? And I remember my attorney was like, hold on, I need to speak to my clients. In private. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Like, because I felt like we just cooperated for nothing. Like, we have nothing. Like, where's our end? Just risk my life. I'm here.
You're alive, Papa. You risked your life.
Now,
you say you risked your life, but you're alive on that deal. You got out of there. That was your whole thing, right? The whole thing was it was a gun in the mouth moment. The gun in the mouth moment was the cartels were going at it and they were going to eat you. You out. You out. You're alive, right? They want what they want. They want it back in blood.
Where's... Like, no, that's bullshit. Like, because I felt like we just cooperated for nothing. Like, we have nothing. Like, where's our end? Just risk my life. I'm here by the grace of God. Like, but now where's... Like, you're asking me to cooperate, but where's, like, what's my benefit? Like, what am I getting? You're asking me to
just gave it to you.
Turn on my customer.
We just gave it to you. We flew you on an airplane out of Mexico onto U.S. soil. You back in Chicago now. That's what you had coming. Now it's on you to give me what we had coming. That's what they on. Take your time with me, y'all. Hit the like button in the least. Send it to a friend. Tell them we back on and popping. Leave a comment. Appreciate y'all.
Where's our end?
Where's your end, bro?
Just risk my life. I'm here by the grace of God. Like, but now where's... Like, you're asking me corporate, but where's, like, what's my benefit? Like, what am I getting? You're asking me to now churn on my customers?
You're alive.
As far as the twins were concerned, the deal was to get El Chapo on tape, serve a few years in prison, and be free to start a completely new life.
They did believe it was that simple. In their eyes, it was that simple. We're going to get the old man on tape. We're going to get him out of there. We're going to go do our time. Done deal. Shit. Can it be that it was...
All their conversations with the government so far have been purely focused on El Chapo. But the government had other ideas.
Hell yeah, they did.
Jay and Pete would now have to turn...
The government had a whole lot of ideas, boy. We want everything. Give us everything. Everything you've ever known, everything you've ever seen. We need all of it.
in everybody they've ever dealt with. Workers, customers,
everything.
And even their friends.
Fry
if they
cook.
were ever going to have any chance at freedom.
Fry cook, register, burgers, everything down the McDonald's, down the production line. They got to write on all of them.
The prosecutor gets on the phone, and the other prosecutor's just looking at us, and he basically says, guys, this is how it's going to work. It's going to be all or nothing. You get to decide.
All or nothing.
How did that make you feel?
I feel like...
Prisoner.
That hurt.
Hurt? Shit.
I felt trapped, like...
Yeah. You guys had to know that the United States government was there to rescue you from their demon so that they can catch their demon, but they were there to torture you after that.
I felt stupid. For sure. At that moment, that's how I felt. Like, what? Like, I was angry. It just... I mean... I just said, it was that moment. It was those, like... Those initial moments where I felt like I was angry at the user. Turned off, I felt like it was a trap to me.
It was a trap.
I felt like I hadn't got nothing in return, and...
You don't get what you're worth. You get what you negotiate. You had 8 months. Or whenever you first decided, whenever you saw the what's his face, Sammy the Bull story, and then you went and you spoke to these feds, that was negotiation season. At least try. Because now there's no negotiation. Now here we are. The truth of the matter is here we are 14, 15 years later, and they're still holding people up for 18 months in that family. So, it's never over for the feds, man. Never over. It's like the statute for murder. It's never over, man.
Them, they're like, oh, you're a drug dealer. What you expect? You're getting a chance. And to me, I'm like, I'm risking my life every day for giving you what you asked me for.
And you got it. Good job.
You didn't ask for that. You said that you wanted this. We offered, we put everything on the table, and that's what you wanted. I mean, but that's not just the way it works.
Absolutely.
So basically, he said, listen, it's all or nothing. If you guys decided you change your mind and you want to spend the...
If you decided you changed your mind, don't worry. We'll just throw you over the fence right back to Mexico. That's what the U.S. government's on. They don't give a shit. They're not worried about it. They'll be like, man, we'll stop your family. We know your family trying to get through right now. We'll stop them right now. So they're basically reneging on the deal. They're reneging on the deal, if that's the deal that was made, and basically holding you hostage for some more shit. The devil in many different forms.
Rest of your life in prison for all your customers are going to end up at works.
Yeah, you're rich.
So basically he said, listen, it's all or nothing. If you guys decided you change your mind and you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, for all your customers are going to end up cooperating against you anyway, like they are now.
They're like, we got Buddy in the back. We got dude in the back. Dude in the back is eating the burger right now. You know
Ebenezer Gatsby just subscribed on YouTube.
Right now, got a whole Baconator. And you sitting over here trying to protect him. You're the prize. Everybody's gunning for you. Just sold them the canned goods and slaved them.
When he said that, I was like, kind of had a point there,
You got me.
I do remember asking him, I turned could we do anything about this?
About what?
And he's like, you don't get to pick and choose, Jay. doesn't work that way. Now you go do the right thing. Remember what got you here. Don't put no one in front of your family. And he was right. I didn't want to be the responsible person for that, like, I guess. You know, like, I didn't want to be responsible for everyone's life changing. I just want to be responsible for my life changing, right? Like, and I think that it was a lot, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah, it's a lot. Cause think about it, y'all. Just as much pull or work as they had, right? As big as their organization was, as big as their store was, it's a lot of. See, they weren't a bodega. They were Walmart. They were Costco, Sam's Club. They were the distributors that distributed to Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club. You know what I'm saying? So think about the amount of lives that changed after that. Think about how broad the stroke of them having to start talking on people and the branches that come off one person onto the next family, onto the next family. That shit affected a lot of people. A lot of people.
That night, they wanted to do what you call controlled deliveries. So you'd call a customer and someone was gonna go give them drugs and they'd arrest them. But it was too much to do in them few hours, like to be sitting there. And it was.
I would imagine they want to do it quick action before anybody goes and runs their mouth and says these boys done left the country, unless they late already and everybody knows they're gone.
Getting late, so finally we made a couple calls and that was her fault. For them to be sitting in front of you like, here, make the call.
Right now.
Call this person. And they're sitting in front of you and we had to lie. And we had to call customers that we had for many years and be like, and basically set them up.
So they could be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many of them smelled the rat and was like, nah, I don't need that work. I'm straight. I wonder if any chose that. Or is greed so strong that intuition means nothing at the end of the day? Who knows?
How did that feel?
It's like, it's going to be one of those defining moments I think in my life where, there was really high highs and really low lows. We made a few of those calls and it was getting late in the night and they decided that we were going to end there.
So they got them straight to work. They got them straight to work off the airplane.
Okay, just can't believe just what we did.
Believe it.
The first stop was Kenosha County Jail in Wisconsin, and a change in identity for protection. They could no longer use or be referred to by their real names.
They took us to a county jail, to Kenosha County Jail.
In Wisconsin.
And that's when reality was gonna start setting in a little bit. Took us, and they changed their name.
Quick action.
They changed their name. And they gave us the last name, Ramirez. My name was gonna be Marco Ramirez and Peter was Juan Ramirez. And in Kenosha, there's a federal holdover. And it's just a county jail. They made us change and, the dirtiest. They give you orange socks with holes in them and slippers, shower shoes.
Bro, you could have took your ass to Cook County
and
jail.
They put us in this one unit. It's locked down 23 hours a day. And I remember walking, seeing the phone, like, am I gonna be able to use phone? Yeah, when it's your turn. So basically they let one person out an hour a day, just in that little unit. So they go down down the line. So I remember just observing, like I'm asking questions. People were like, where you from? You know, asking those questions. I'm gonna guess that some of them are cooperating as well because they're there, and it looks like they've been there for a long time too, because they're settled in this ugly place. The doors steel wire crisscross kind of so they're see-through. So and like you get privacy, they can see right through your, and it's just old. Everything's old and
yes, it's
dingy.
not like it's a door that's shut. No. It's all wire.
It's like a, you know, it has a like almost like a gate on it, like steel heavy gate. Crisscross like this.
Yeah.
Okay, crisscross gate. We get it.
It's separated, so they put my brother on one. It's one bed, one bunk. And they put my brother on one. They put me on the other. I remember me and my brother's like Jay, like don't go to sleep. So we the door's like here, and I basically just sat down on the door, and he sat down on the door.
So you leant against the door?
Yeah, we're leaning against the door, and we're just talking. We don't have to talk so loud because, you know, it's open.
You're right next to each other.
And just, I remember just, I was like, what do we do? And just like, you know, wondering about our family. That's going to be like the beginning of the stress of wondering, are they okay? Are the kids okay? I wonder what they're doing. You know, I think anybody in prison always
can't
thinks
call
about
them,
those
can't
things.
see
At this
them,
very
none of
moment, you know? And we didn't sleep. They bring breakfast like at 5:30 in the morning. It was terrible. It was like grits and who knows what. We didn't eat. I don't think me and my brother didn't eat probably for the next 5 days. And we would drink like water or something or juice, and I probably lost, those first 2 weeks, probably lost 30 pounds.
After a brief stay in Kenosha, Pete and Jay, now under a different alias, were moved to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago, 62 miles away.
The team came for us, and you know, they took us to Chicago.
Fed time.
It was a caravan, like a big caravan of marshals. That's gonna be the normal from that point on.
Wonder how many hours
they
it is
take me
later,
to-
and who knows?
Together, or just you?
It's me and my brother.
Yeah, together.
We're like a special hold where we have a 3-man hold. So it's like 1 lieutenant and 2 officers every time we get moved. So that means that there's me and my brother. So at first it was hard because they needed 2 lieutenants, you know, 4 officers, and you're talking about a place that doesn't have that many guards. So it didn't take long before we were gonna start being a pain in their asses. They take us to U.S. Attorney's office, put us in a conference room, and that's where actually for the first time ever I meet Thomas Shake Shack. I meet Michael Farrar, who are gonna be the lead U.S. attorneys in the case. I meet the agents that we've been speaking to. That's Eric Durante, who was the agent in charge of the case. We meet Sam Gianelli.
The twins were now face to face with the government team behind the El Chapo case, the people who would ultimately decide the twins' future. Sam Gianelli was the first agent Pete and Jay ever spoke to. If you remember, it was back in that 16-person shower that they had in Mexico. Gianelli worked alongside Eric Durante, the DEA special agent assigned to the case, who had also been working on it from the beginning. With them were the assistant US attorneys Michael Ferrara and Thomas Shakeshaft. Shakeshaft was the lead prosecutor. He first met Pete in that secret hotel room meeting back in Mexico that started everything.
Then my attorneys there. They need us probably talk for 20 minutes, and then they're like, we need you to continue on with this cooperation.
Bruh, they want to give you a job, bro. They hired you. They want you to be like Big P from The Sopranos and shit. Where you got some kind of Stockholm syndrome where you think that you are a Fed now and shit. Y'all didn't have that evidently at this point because y'all didn't want to do it as far as those cold calls that you did to your customers, y'all didn't want to do that to begin with, according to you. You know what I'm saying? But these fools want to hire you for the job, bro. They want to throw you back in the street and let you run shit.
We started working on going into a grand jury to indict Chapo that day.
Damn.
And me and my brother got it. That's what they want from us. Like, that was our bargaining to us, and that's the first thing that they want. And they basically, when they took our phones from us, what happened was that people were calling our phones.
Shit.
And the agents are there sending back messages.
Pretending to be you.
Yeah, like basically like, oh, listen, so-and-so been calling. He said he needs 25 keys?
Cooperating isn't...
How do you know that's going to work? You're an officer. You saying all the wrong shit. These cops sending texts. You can see a cop, like when you see them all undercover, you know what I'm saying, with their monarchs on and their hats and their sweatshirts. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. They're sending a text. I'm sure a couple of those guys smell something funny.
what you might expect. It doesn't stop happening just because you go to prison. At this point, the twins had no idea that this would carry on for years until the US government could put El Chapo behind bars. For the first 8 months, it was all day, every single day, calling and setting up their customers and friends.
I do feel responsible for making the decision for a lot of people, not just my family. I made the decision for a lot of people that went to jail.
How many people went to jail because of what you did?
A lot.
Like how many roughly?
I want to say in total over 100 people for sure.
Dang.
When they were finished for the day,
That's what I was talking about. 100 people. How many arms is that? How many branches of that 100 people don't stretch off to another 100 people per branch? It affected a lot of lives, man. Damn. 8 months of just cold calling. And guess what? The streets is dry because they're in the position they're in. Nobody really knows it. And they need work. So if these dudes hit them up and say, hey, bro, I got all the work you need. Meet me at the police station. They're going to meet them at the police station because they need that work. So that was easy for them. Shit.
they would head back in a big convoy to MCC Chicago. MCC Chicago is not what you might think a normal prison looks like. It's a skyscraper
Big, ugly
in the
ass
middle of the city. It's one big triangle, designed that way to be easier to keep an eye on everyone. The roof of the giant triangle is used as the recreation yard. While you're shooting hoops, you can kind of look out on the amazing views of downtown Chicago. It's used as a holding prison for those that have not yet been sentenced. Because of the danger of what the twins were doing, they couldn't simply be held with all the other prisoners. They were a part of the WITSEC program, basically in-prison witness protection, which meant they had to be kept in the SHU, Special Housing Unit, known as the SHU. The SHU is a bit like solitary confinement. Because they were helping the government, Pete and Jay were given a few special privileges. They were allowed to be together in the SHU.
Okay.
We walk into the SHU. I was like, holy shit. This is prison? What? There's a little gate and there's a bunch of cells. Nowhere, it's just hallways, just a bunch of cells. These weird, it's like a triangle. And you have two sides and they take us to a back cell. It's 2 bunks and it's ugly, dirty, paint chipping. It's so fucking cold. It was the first time I think I really took it in, all the other things, so much going on.
It got real again, y'all.
I remember they closed the chokehold and me and my brother stand at the door and we just look at each other. There ain't shit in there. Yo, what the fuck do we do? Now we're getting anxious, no communication. We haven't talked to our family. I think our lawyer told they're okay, they've been calling or something like that. But that wasn't good enough for us. Okay, what?
Of course not. And all they done is lie already. They've already reneged on you and everything.
This torture on us. Like, we say withdrawals of phones, or withdrawals of what we were used to for all those years. Just now we're sitting in a fucking cell, like, with nothing in there.
The life of a drug dealer is 24/7. And if you remember, Pete and Jay had 50 phones each, constantly ringing. They were heavily involved in the day-to-day running of the business. And
the feds gotta have a whole staff just to answer their phone.
Made sure they never missed a phone call.
You know what's scary? To hear phones ringing when they're not ringing.
Could you hear?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I bet you could.
And you know how messed up your brain's getting.
Listen, a lot of you people are hardworking people in my community. Sometimes you go you do a job. Let's say you work at a factory or something, and you hear a certain air pressure and a certain slam and a certain cadence. You know that shit goes home with you. You sleep with that shit. That shit is on your head all night long. So imagine you in the jail. You still hearing the phones because you used to these 50 phones going off. They had to hire 20 interns to handle these phones, and now they in jail hearing it. 030 North. They always play the victim. Seems that way sometimes. Don't we all?
In the quiet of a prison cell, Pete was still hearing phones ringing inside his head.
The first night was like terrible. And it was a while before we even saw a guard, I think. They'll come just look in. And we're just like sitting there like this fucking place is nasty. It was hard. That first night, I'm talking about, it is freezing. We have no blanket. We have nothing. You know, we have like a t-shirt on, like a small t-shirt and just a jumpsuit. And we're freezing. I'm talking about like shaking. It has to be like 40 degrees in there. We're shaking, like there's icicles on the wall. They shut the lights off at 10 o'clock. And I remember you could see the roaches come out. Just shiny roaches everywhere. They came early for us. The next day, it's around 6, the marshals come for us. And they put like, you know, we go through a process. There'll be like quite a few marshals. And they'll pick us up in like a bulletproof car, take us down the block to the federal building. And that was kind of became our routine.
So you basically were in the shoe, and then they transported you down the road to the federal building.
To the federal building, where we'd go and it start off like at a conference room or, you know, an office.
And then they take you back to the shoe.
Yeah.
They would bring their laptop for us to like review whatever document or whatever the case is. And you would have the laptop. Then they end up starting to talk something else, like doing something else to U.S. attorney and agents. And I would look, I seen that they had windows open on my computer. And I hit the window. You don't want me to tell that story. What's women?
Don't forget, Pete and Jay haven't seen each other much since they were in prison together. So there's occasionally some brotherly tension in the room. Some of this stuff is being spoken about between them for the very first time. It's Jay's wife, Val, that you can hear in the background.
I mean, you could tell the story without saying you went to the fucking agent's fucking computer and hit windows. What's wrong with that? Jay, you don't want to go be like, oh, you were manipulating the agent. You said it in this fucking interview. Don't say that, but it's not possible. That. Say what?
Because you said you had to be...
I did. It's not for you to go through. That's the crime I'm going to be. Jay, come on, man. Yeah, well, it's part of the story. So. It's not. I'm saying that part's not important. Okay. I'm just saying, like, you don't want to open a can of worms over it. So yeah. You really think we're sitting here talking about tons of drugs at the government, and that's gonna be, oh, that's an issue. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's go back. We're gonna die on.
Tell us what you saw.
You can open them. Issue. What issue? Just one day you're going to a federal government agent's Windows computer that you're sneaking around it. You could have changed information about something.
It's Jay saying too much, and it's Pete telling them to relax. And he's telling them, bro, we're talking about all of these kilos, and you worried about, me going to the computer. We want to say what's in the computer. My thing is, if they don't tell us what was in the computer, it was a good thing to play them arguing about it, because that's the crux of the whole thing. He keeps saying, I'm saying maybe the feds would be that petty and be like, hey, we'll get you on a cybersecurity crime. You went through a federal computer, boom, pop you off. I'm saying too much.
No, I'm saying, but you feel me? It doesn't sit well. Like, I don't know if you understand. All right, Pete, all right, just chilling. Just
Did you basically see all the
times? Just information where they would say stuff.
Yeah, times like when you'd been. No.
It was just personal feelings.
It was what?
They don't write their personal feelings. Really?
What did they say?
No, they had personal feelings that they would be writing messages to each other. Emails and saying these fucking insults, yeah.
What did he say? The agents were.
And the prosecutor.
The brothers didn't want to go into any more detail on the record.
Okay, so they had text threads of agents calling them pieces of shit to each other. Or worse, who knows?
So I stopped the tape and we took a short break. We picked up the story with the twins back in the conference room, cooperating with the agents in Chicago.
It was the second day when we had like a break. I remember the U.S. attorney said, so I know guys, like, up to this point, you guys seem like you guys are all right guys, and,
employee.
Over time we've been talking a lot, and us being familiar with each other, it's like you could feel it, but not everyone in this office feels that way. And I was like, huh? It's like, you're gonna, we're gonna introduce you to some agents that don't really like you guys. So, just be patient and just like, they might be a little bit hard. And I remember that's when I first started just like, hard? What? Basically, he's giving me a warning, like, they might not be nice.
No, they coming to rough.
And I'm thinking, shit, it's already bothering me. Here comes 6, 7 agents.
Giants.
Walking in there. And I could see that they don't seem cool. They don't seem nice, I could see. And I guess they were mad at the case.
You were warned.
Because they were people that were, the time when I was cooperating, they were doing an investigation. They felt like it should have been their case, and, different agents got the case. I understand. I said, you guys have been like after us for a long time, right? Kind of made a joke out of it. And now we're here, right? So I know you guys have, like, you guys could be upset, but you guys, for a long time, we were winning, but now you got us. You won. We're here. We're here. We're gonna help you, and however we could help you, we're gonna help you, and just leave any personal shit just to the side or whatever. They kind of just nodded their head, and then that's when I think we spoke up. I said, I'm gonna help you guys. And now that we're here, I'm gonna ask for one thing. Like, what's that? I said, Saul Rodriguez.
Oh, we're back to Saul. For those that don't remember, Saul was the guy that allegedly kidnapped Peter the first time. So that came back. They had let him off the hook. And said, bygones be bygones. But lesson learned, bygones are never bygones.
Yes, that's Saul.
Yeah.
Remember the one that kidnapped Pete in Chicago? Pete's first kidnapping. Saul Rodriguez pretended to be a cop and took Pete into a basement where the floor was covered with plastic, and there was that random parrot.
One day, just smiled. Saul Rodriguez kidnapped you. I said, no, he kidnapped my brother.
At the time, the brothers didn't retaliate against Saul for kidnapping Pete, but they were finally able to get their revenge. Saul was one person they were more than happy to turn into the government.
And he has a file in his hand. He just started picking up pictures. And my brother was able to identify everyone in the pictures.
Him.
That kind of just like, I think, kind of changed their views a little bit.
Yeah. They was excited now. They were like, oh, they're in the picture book. Yeah, they was excited.
Like, this is going to be a routine, you know? It's going to go on for the next 7 months.
So for 7 months you did that. What was that like?
It wasn't easy. We had ups and downs, you know? And every day it was just a reminder, like, we're doing this. Like, why are we doing this? How did we get here? And there was a lot of questions about our future. Every day, probably. And like, with everything going on with our families, don't forget they're picked up and they just, had to start all over and all these things going on.
The tearful goodbye back in Mexico was the last time Pete and Jay had seen their families. All they knew was that they'd crossed the border into the US safely. While Pete and Jay were sat in a conference room in Chicago, Val and Pete's wife Viv were stranded at the border with the rest of the family. They didn't know where their husbands were being held. The responsibility of what to do next and where to go fell on Val's shoulders.
We stood there hours at the border. Hours. It was already morning time. He's like, where are we going? Like, we're going to Chicago. And I'm like, we're just gonna keep going. She just looked like, it was just like emotionally drained. She looked exhausted. She looked tired. I'm like, we're not gonna stop. We're gonna keep going. And then we kept driving. And I remember we hit, I think it was San Antonio.
Damn, boy, that's a trip. They was trucking.
San Antonio in Texas.
Yeah, we hit San Antonio. Now, our phones don't work. Because all of our phones are from Mexico. And there's no phone service. And I remember we went to a hotel. We check in, and I remember I sent my nephews to go get the phones. They come back. I start calling the attorneys. I start calling, like, we're here. We're in the U.S. Where's J&P? They're like, we don't know. Where are they taking them?
They're not telling you.
I'm assuming they're gonna come either to Milwaukee or to Chicago. And I'm like, so what do I do?
Hide.
If I go to Chicago? And he's like, I don't think it's a good idea that you guys come. If that's where they're taking husband, that's where we're going.
Y'all should have been in Utah.
I'm sorry, but that's exactly where we're going.
It's where you knew as well, right?
Yeah, it's like, we didn't have a plan. What do we do when we leave Mexico? We weren't ready to go. When we were in Chicago, we went straight to a hotel, called the attorney, and then a few agents from Witness Protection came out to speak to me and Viv, and basically told us that they wanted our family to go into the program and that we wouldn't be able to speak to our husbands until their release, whenever that was.
Released from prison?
Yeah.
So we could have been talking, at that point you got no idea.
Exactly.
When the twins turned themselves into the US authorities, no one had any idea how long they would ultimately spend in prison. It would end up being years before they'd be sentenced, and despite their cooperation, the possibility of spending decades behind bars was still on the table. Entering the witness protection program that was offered to them by the government meant the family would be split up. Val and Viv wouldn't be able to speak to or visit their husbands until the day they were released from prison.
How about each
they
other?
even said that me and Viv couldn't even be together. Our kids couldn't be together. She had to go to one part of the country, I had to go to another part of the country.
There's gonna be no communication.
No communication with us, with our families, with our husbands, with anyone, with no one.
Nothing. It's a wrap.
No one. Our parents,
New life.
no one. I said, I'm gonna speak for me and Viv, and I said, we're just absolutely not. We will not be going into the program. She put fear in us. I know that she told us that they were there to help us and that there's no way we could be, on our own, especially with their husbands cooperating with their cooperation. We weren't safe in Chicago. That if we weren't gonna go into the program, that we should leave the state. We shouldn't even be in Illinois. And we're like, where do we go? She's like, the only way we can help you is if you enter witness protection. If not, we can't assist you in any way. And we're like, okay. I just kind of started going by the attorneys, what they were telling me to do. And the attorneys, they hired 24-hour security, 4 armed men, 2 SUVs, blacked out, and they sat in front of the house 24/7.
In Chicago?
Yeah.
So
For how long? For that whole 8 months?
Yeah. We went there, and then they slept there. They were there 24/7.
The decision not to enter the government's witness protection program so they could stay together meant the family were completely on their own. Val, Viv, and the kids moved into one big house in Chicago where they could have the protection of a round-the-clock private security team. Across town, Jay and Pete were also under round-the-clock protection, but they weren't in a big house. They were in a tiny cell in the shoe, no bigger than a cupboard, under 24-hour lockdown.
For the first few months, it was straight lockdown. I couldn't even get in a shower. I don't think we took a shower for 3 weeks.
Damn.
They didn't have the manpower. We didn't take a shower for 3 weeks. It got to a point something where like,
Jack Dignan just
we'd be
subscribed
so
on
embarrassed where we
YouTube.
stunk. So that was our first real low stint of the shooting. Just wondering where was Viv and how was she okay with my rest of my family. Like we didn't have not one word. We didn't hear nothing from them. Like I couldn't even tell her where I was at. I can't tell you how miserable that was. How I had my first major panic attack. I was like paralyzed. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I wanted to cry and scream, and we were at the same time where I couldn't just, remember the first night in prison where I was telling my brother, please don't fall asleep, man, talk to me. Like, Jay, please don't fall asleep, bro. Like, stay up, talk to me, because I'm not, like, I'm going crazy.
Did you get quite a lot of panic attacks in prison?
I had my share, but not.
Peter earned those panic attacks, because that ain't nothing but a flashback to being snatched up by the cartel.
Nothing like those. Nothing like those, I could tell you.
Yeah, the first time you were...
And for some reason, it was weird because it made me think that your body, the beautiful thing about your mind and body, that a panic attack usually followed some peace. I don't know, it felt like afterwards, I cried, got back to normal, and then it kind of felt like, okay. And it felt like almost like a release of emotions in that, and it was like a soothing little phase to it. Like a self-soothing for a little while. And all these things are like, well, how are you supposed to feel when you're going through that? Like, I don't care if I am guilty of those crimes, that doesn't mean I don't feel these things. They're normal, real human emotions. If someone doesn't feel sad to be going through something like that, there's something wrong with them. If you don't You know, it doesn't hurt you to be apart from your family, see your babies crying for you, see your mother cry for you.
I believe in the duality of man. I believe that even the toughest gangster, the illest killer, the craziest psycho, you know, have some kind of remorse seeing his mother get shot in the face. There's some sort of empathy inside. I don't think everybody's just one thing, you know? Not that they were any of them things, gangsters and none of that shit, because they were just businessmen. They were just, you know, bosses in that sense.
Scared to spend the rest of your life in prison? You haven't done any real time in prison. If you're in prison for 2 years or a year or 3 months, that's nothing compared to the reality of fighting for your life. It literally felt like I had a life sentence I was trying to fight off, you know? Which I was. I couldn't see my family. I would get like a phone call here and there, and my brother and I were like pissed off. Like, look, man, like I know we're proffering or debriefing, whatever, but I want the same rights as every other person. I want to be able to see my family.
All your wants.
It was like a humongous headache for them because of the security issues.
All your wants needed to be in your negotiation up front. Not that they were gonna honor them anyway, because they can do what they want at this point. They got you where they want you.
My brother and I were like pissed off. Like, look, man, like I know we're proffering or debriefing, whatever, but I want the same rights as every other person. I want to be able to see my family. And it was like a humongous headache for them because of the security issues.
It's a lot of moving parts.
Finally, we were able to see our husbands after 3 weeks. We had to go like under an underground tunnel into the U.S. attorneys, into the federal building. And then they took us up the back elevators to the offices. And that's where we saw Jay and Peter for the first time.
I mean, evidently by this point, the cartel has to know they're gone, they're missing. It's months. Where they at? They know something's happening. And the wives are hiding in plain sight.
Had the kids with us.
Do you remember that day?
Mm-hmm.
We were in that office. And
yeah.
I didn't expect to see them. I remember the door open. Like the office door open, and I was able to glance down the hallway, and I seen her like standing right there.
Yeah. And we walked in, and I remember my son just ran. Daddy, he just like hugging.
Crying.
Hugging, crying. Like, I think we were all crying again, of course. It was just so emotional. And we're just looking at J and P, and they were like just small, they were skinny, they were... I'm sorry, I smell. I'm sorry, I smell. I took a shower for 3 weeks. I'm like, it's okay, you don't smell. You look, keep your head up. I kept lifting his chin up, like, you look handsome. Like, don't do that. Keep your head up. And he's like, okay.
That's how much control they got of you at that point, that they'll take you stinking to your visit. You don't get no shower before your visit. You going stinking. You giving us the biggest fish we've had in a very long time, and you coming in here stinking to your family.
Miss you. We love you. It's just, we said so many things. It was like we're fine. We're safe. We're okay.
We're okay. It was like, I wanted to ask questions, but it was more like,
we didn't talk.
We're just in that moment.
Yeah, we didn't talk about what
my baby
he went through.
My baby, we
didn't talk about what I went through. He went through. It was just about our kids, you know, if we're okay and that we were safe, and that was it. It was
like the roller coaster. It was like the biggest.
He was okay if he was eating. He's like, now that we're here in the offices, when they bring us food or whatever they're eating, we eat, and we're like, why can't you take a shower? It was just like so weird. Like, how do you get here? Like, aren't you like across the street? Because they have like the MCC, the Metropolitan Correctional Center. He's like, they move us in like these like bulletproof Suburbans and like with all these marshals.
I used to say that's weird that not much changed, right?
And it was when Obama was
Obama had just won the election, and he had, I guess they had, his office was in the federal building, right? They have an office there, and what happened was that I guess they had the Secret Service. The Secret Service would sometimes be there, and the marshals, and it would be those like they're protecting us, and it would be like elevators, like hold on, like it was like always a problem. And at the same time, Blagojevich, the Illinois governor, had just been indicted, so it was like always a media frenzy out there, and we'd be in these, I guess Obama's security detail or us, it kind of was like they couldn't tell what was what, right?
So the media was always saying that J&P was like, that was Obama. They were taking him and moving him around the city, and
It was you two.
yeah,
At times, yeah.
yeah.
Oh. So how long were you there for then? 7 months?
Yeah.
If you were in Chicago in late 2008 and thought you saw Obama's motorcade, chances are it was probably the Flores twins. Cooperating meant so much more than the one phone call Pete recorded on the phone to El Chapo. The daily motorcade continued every single day for another 7 months.
Another 7 months.
The twins were finally allowed to see their family, but there was one person who wouldn't visit them, their father. Pete and Jay were able to get the government to give him a visa to live in the United States for his own protection. The government felt it would be too dangerous for him to live in Mexico because of what the twins had done. But their father felt otherwise. He wanted his life in his homeland of Mexico. He headed to the bus station to get on a bus to cross the Mexican border. Val tried to stop him getting on the bus. It didn't work. In the midst of their daily cooperation, the twins received some awful news.
Pride.
Within days of their father, Margarito Flores Sr., arriving in Mexico, he was kidnapped and was never seen again. All that was left was his burnt-out car and an awful news. Within days of their father, Margarito Flores Sr., arriving in Mexico, he was kidnapped and was never seen again. All that was left was his burnt-out car and a note that said, "Tell those fuckers to shut up or we'll send you his head." The last time Pete and Jay had seen their father was back in Mexico when they told him they'd been cooperating with the US government. The very thing he'd always told them never to do. He called them cowards and told them they weren't his sons.
How did you feel when you found out that he'd died?
I don't think that even to this day that I've been able to really take it all in, I put it in the back of my mind at times because I guess just to not face those or continue to face those feelings of guilt, when I see my mom and I can see her loneliness, I feel even worse. But moving forward, all those things he felt, I wish I had the story to feel to be able to tell him that I did the right thing, But he told me his eyes were don't trust the government, don't.
You disgraced them.
They're gonna use you.
They are.
Throw you away, and he said these people are never gonna forget what you did.
Yep. Was he wrong?
And I had this idea to think that, that you're wrong. And the situation I'm in today doesn't feel like he was wrong,
He wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong.
He was taken somewhere outside a ranch. They found his vehicle with a note in it. That was it. That was a threat. And to me, it was like a threat, The threat has to, it wasn't a threat, it was more of a statement, right?
From who?
I don't think it said from who it was, but I guess we understand. I mean,
Old Soul in the chat said it was all their fault. I mean, yeah. So supposedly the rumor is that the old man had another family in Mexico and that's why he was going back. Another family or no other family, he wanted to fucking fly freely. And he knew them working for the government was going to happen exactly how it happened. And he told them as such. And Mexico ain't never going to forget. They didn't forget when his father crossed the border and they ended him.
It wasn't a threat, it was more of a statement, right?
It was a statement. Shut your ass up. Send you his head.
From who?
I don't think it said from who it was, but I guess we understand. I knew 100% it was a cartel.
Chapo?
Whoever.
Yeah, for sure. I don't recall the exact words, but I know it was something about us talking or us cooperating or something like that. So.
Are you angry? You're angry that what they did?
No, I'm not angry. I think I blame myself.
Good for you.
I blame myself like that. Or I take responsibility for it as I have, been going to prison for my actions. And I think that was a consequence of my actions. I think that we try to just put on this face, and I think it was the situation we were in, and I try to remember. I remember sitting there thinking, if this is what happened because of this, then I'm gonna make this worth it. I'm not gonna come here and just start, second guessing myself.
You gonna do it all the way.
We're gonna stand for something.
Uh-oh. America.
That's meaningful to us, and through all the stuff we've been through, we're still here and we're still going.
Still going, y'all.
Surviving El Chapo, the twins who brought down a drug lord, Season 2, is hosted by Curtis 50 Cent Jackson and me, Charlie Webster.
All right, y'all. That's episode 1, season 2. What do y'all think? 030 North said they always play the victim. I wonder if their wives were faithful the whole time they were in prison. We know Val likes money. She only into 2 guys with money. She's only into guys with money. Yeah, it don't matter whether they were faithful or not. They're in the situation that they're in, period. Quick recap of this episode. They get off the plane. They go to jail. They stick them in the office. And they make them trick everybody into tricking themselves off the street for greed. They make cold calls and phone calls to all their drug associates and tell them, I got some work for you, dog. We're going to get rich. Them dudes go to get that money. And they end up in the cockroach cell right next to the twins. As they rat on their 100 people that branches off to another million. You know what I'm saying? The family decided to turn down witness protection and hide in plain sight in the city with a security detail paid by the lawyers, knowing that they'd get their money back because they knew what was coming down the line. Let's get it.
There was no book on how to escape a cartel alive. There is no book. When it comes to even when they say, why'd you even stay in there? Because we don't know no other way. Leaving it feels like you're dying. They stay in it to keep themselves alive, especially the Chapo. They make already so many enemies and status, but
You know, I wish I had like surrounded by friends that weren't drug dealers and weren't on the street, and that they were all like stockbrokers and real estate investors.
As far as I'm concerned, once you got enough money, you can make your friends whatever you want them to be. So, miss me with the Chapo and Mayo stay in the game just to stay alive. I'm sure they do. Miss me with the, you know, not being around it is like dying. Everything's like dying. Them killing your ass is like dying. So, you know. But again, there's no book on leaving the cartel.
I just wish my dad was just worked at a factory. I didn't think that we were ever gonna escape like out of this kind of unharmed. But trying to imagine myself like, you know, spending the rest of my life in prison, I felt like I couldn't like breathe. I was felt like so like, I can't say scared. It was just like this ugly, overwhelming feeling of touching the walls, like, and holding onto the gate, like, what?
Yeah, dog, it's called the overwhelming feeling of forever in prison.
What did I do? Like, what did I just do to myself?
Sweet.
When you've been raised in a life like this, prison vibes are something you know well. The twins' father was in there when they were born and stayed there for the first 7 years of their lives. Their drug career only started because their older brother, Armando, was sent to prison when Jay and Pete were 17. They did anything to avoid prison life. Only a year before turning themselves in, Pete said he'd rather die than end up locked up.
I'd rather risk a bullet in my head than to go to prison.
Just a year before, he'd rather die. Just a year before what? Hold on, let's go back, because they made a year-long decision just to get a tape on Chapo and get out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Breaking the cycle and giving their own kids a choice that they never had.
Pete said he'd rather die than end up locked up. Their drug career only started because their older brother, Armando, was sent to prison when Jay and Pete were 17. They did anything to avoid prison life. Only a year before turning themselves in, Pete said he'd rather die than end up locked up.
All right. A year before they turned themselves in. They turned themselves in 9 months after they started recording shit. And to say that you rather die than go to prison when your whole argument is that you got out the cartel and ran because they was going to kill you. So you got to make up your mind. Now there's a difference. I get it. They're coming for your whole family at that point. You know, everybody that's in that house. But you got to figure out which one you want. I don't think y'all wanted either one of them. You know what I'm saying? And you're doing pretty good at staying out. You did your time. You outside. Your wives is about to do your time. Hopefully after that, y'all manage to stay out the game and not get yourself in more shit. Because evidently death ain't for you. Jail ain't for you. The game ain't for you. Not being in the game ain't for you. It's about time you figure out what's for you, bro.
I'd rather risk a bullet in my head than to go to prison.
Breaking the cycle and giving their own kids a choice that they never had, a chance at a normal life, meant choosing to go to prison, the one place they spent their lives running from, and came at the cost of their own father's life, who was murdered by the cartel because of what they did. The consequences of their decision were slowly starting to sink in. Huddled together in a tiny cell in the special housing unit, the SHU, of MCC Chicago, with no idea when or if they would be free again.
I remember it being so cold that the walls would literally have ice on them. And I remember my brother and I were so cold that we slept on the same bed next to each other to keep each other warm. And I remember the guard saying, "Hey, you guys can't do that."
Yeah, I'm surprised they even allowed y'all to be together that long. I'm surprised they didn't separate y'all and then y'all only see each other at work type of shit. Work being in the office as you set up meetings with all of your former dealers and get them popped off.
I was like, he's my brother, you know? Nah, one of you guys gotta get up on the other bed. I'm gonna give you guys a shot.
Get up off that bed.
A shot is prison slang for a disciplinary infraction, also known as a ticket.
And I was like, they're gonna give us a write-up? Like, what's the worst thing could happen wearing the shoe? You know? It's already hard to be living in the shoe, in the hole. Now we gotta deal with the cold. And I'm thinking, damn, imagine dealing with the hot. Like, you're just never gonna be, it's not made to be comfortable. Or like the lights are on all night, you gotta make yourself an eye cover. And it's just weird, like, I don't
jail,
understand
bro.
how that helps. It's not made to be comfortable. Or like the lights are on.
See how that helps?
All night, you gotta make yourself an eye cover. And it's just weird, like, I don't understand how that helps.
It's not there to help, bro. It's torture. They call it correction. They call it rehabilitation. It's torture, plain and simple.
Because of what they were doing and the reach of the cartel, Pete and Jay were huge targets. They were put in the WITSEC program, Witness Protection Inside Prison.
Sometimes we call it phase 1, phase 2. Or like, but it's not that. It's just like witness protection while you're incarcerated, while you're in prison, and there's witness protection for, when you're free.
So what's witness protection mean in prison?
It means that it means that you're gonna be safe, but they're gonna add a series of rules. And you don't get all the privileges that normal prisoners get. It's the cost of being safe. They have rules that could be punished with disciplinary action. So you can't use your name and you can't say certain things. You don't get emails, you don't get certain things that could come back and people could kind of get a hold of you. They kind of monitor who you could talk to or who you can't.
Did you feel like you needed witness protection in prison? Do you feel like there would have been, hits on you in prison?
For sure. And one thing, it doesn't matter who you tell on if you're a snitch, which is kind of ironic because there's the majority of those people, some way, somehow, cooperate.
Some way, somehow.
So I remember I would be bored sometimes, and they'll be like, "Oh, you snitches, oh, you gonna die." And I would sometimes I'll argue with them. Be like, "Why are you mad? Mind your business." Or I'll be like, "Why are you here?" Eventually I won the whole shoe over. They got tired. What could they do? It's just us arguing back and forth. And me and my brother would make everyone laugh. And we had to do something.
Okay, now I get it. Yeah, if they're all in the shoe or they're all in PC or whatever, yeah, it's a bunch of ratas one way or the other in there. So the pot calling the kettle black in jail is pretty hilarious.
I'm just because you're stuck there, sitting there. Eventually I won the whole shoe over. They got tired. What could they do? It's just us arguing back and forth. And me and my brother would make everyone laugh. And we had to do something with our time, just because you're stuck there, sitting there. And then what happened was that next some associates started coming up to the show. And now they know that we're there.
Associates that you'd cooperated on ended up getting put in the shoe with you.
They got in the shoe and people started kind of finding out who we were. They'd be like, "Yo, is the twins here? Here's the twins." I know that I wouldn't have survived if I didn't have witness protection.
With the twins on the inside, setting up their customers was going to get suspicious if they weren't there in person. Someone needed to do the dirty work.
Yeah, I figured that because, again, they said 7 months of sitting around giving the feds information, but nobody, in Mexico, the cartel already knows that you done packed up your people and you done rode out. What you think? They still believe we're divorcing angle? No. They're past that all these months later. So my thought would be that word would get around and everybody would know by now that y'all did what y'all did. But evidently it didn't. Like, I don't understand that timeline of that part.
On the outside. And it couldn't be just anyone. It had to be another Flores. The feds pulled in Jay's wife, Val.
They asked for my help. And because Jay and Peter were no longer on the streets anymore, I assisted them. There was certain missing pieces that they needed.
Valerie Brasco.
They needed me to turn in the ledgers. I went to the U.S. Attorney's office and took 2 computer towers full of Jay and Peter's, their drug ledgers.
Val's job wasn't just to turn in ledgers and find missing pieces. She also had to essentially go undercover for the feds, at the direction of the lead prosecutor, Thomas Shakeshaft. Even going as far as wearing a wire to help convict the twins' customers.
The customer friend of mine, his name was Kylie Murray. He went by the nickname of Cali, like C-A-L-I. He was one of my closest customers we had. He was one of my first customers. Kylie was like a big target for the DEA in Chicago prior to me and my brother turning ourselves in. And they insisted, they wanted us to cooperate against them. We had a Lamborghini parked in Atlanta, and he went and he stole the Lamborghini. Even though he owed me like $5 million, the feds came and asked about the car. And they knew he had it because obviously they were surveilling him. And, it was our car. And, once we started talking about that, they wanted us to cooperate against him. And he had owed us all this money. And I had asked Val if she could reach out to him and give him a fake story that my older brother was going to continue to sell drugs.
Run a business.
If he would be willing to buy them, purchase them. And Val met up with him and he gave her $200,000 and she gave him the title for the car.
Kylie Murray, also known as Hollywood.
Yo, here's the thing too though, with this business. These fools will stab each other in the back, in the front, in the side, in the chest, rob each other, do this. But for the greed, for the bread, for the money, they'll come back in a year or two. Bygones is bygones. Let's do this deal. And I think that's why a lot of them died, dog. You know what I'm saying? If you ignore the red flags, they're eventually going to come for you and they're going to engulf you, and that's just going to be it. So you see right here, dude owed them $5 million, still had the nerve to go snatch up their Lamborghini, snatched up the Lamborghini. Soon as they sent Val undercover and said, hey man, let's make a deal, the older brother's going to keep on hustling. Everybody's bygones be bygones. Forget the $5 million, forget the Lamborghini. Let's do this. Like, shit is crazy.
Was one of the twins' biggest customers. Because of the cooperation the Flores family were providing, Kylie Murray was one of the many people arrested. In Kylie's case, it was for his part in a cocaine trafficking ring worth $1.8 billion. One night, whilst Kylie was out on bail, he was walking home and 2 men pulled up in a white van. They got out, shot him dead, and then sped off. Val kept the $200,000 that Kylie Murray gave her before he was arrested.
Of course.
According to Val, prosecutors told her she could keep it. Val's cooperation with the feds included a number of sessions where she would sit and proffer, giving the government as much information as they wanted in order to help the brothers' case.
I had to sit down with the government, and there was different prosecutors there. There were supervisors there. There was agents there. And so you have all these different departments that are sitting in one room, and everybody is asking me questions. And I noticed that when I would bring up certain things, it's like they would hush me because they only wanted to speak about certain subjects. They didn't want me to get into
properties that we owned in Mexico. They didn't want to know any of that. They basically said that they had no jurisdiction over that. And I did disclose to them, though, that, you know, I had my house in Plainfield.
Plainfield is a small, wealthy town about an hour west of Chicago.
I paid for it with drug proceeds. Our husbands bought us several high-end luxury vehicles that we brought over from Mexico, several of them. And I disclosed that, you know, we had purchased houses. I disclosed everything to them.
The $200,000 wasn't the only money that Val collected from the brothers' drug debts. There was plenty more.
There was some money that was collected, and we put the money away in the house in Plainfield. We didn't know where to put it. So we put it in the theater room where we had this like built up floor, and we kind of just removed the fascia boards of the floor, and we put the money in there. Jay's attorney wanted to see me in person. He told me that the government wanted some money that was picked up in DC, and that it was in Jay and Peter's best interest to turn in that money because they wanted it and they wanted handed over, and that person, whoever it was that turned in the money, would be given immunity. Me and Viv went back to the house in Plainfield, and
whoever turned in that money would be granted immunity. This shit all sounds janky.
We bought these big Tupperware like bins that you would kind of keep in your garage if you were keeping like sporting goods or things like that you want to store away. So we put all the bulk currency inside those bins, which was about, I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 bins. And we put those in the SUV. And when we loaded them in the SUV, like the truck was completely full. I couldn't even see out of the like rear view mirror, the side mirrors, just because we had all the seats down. And I drove it to the attorney's office, which was on the north side of Chicago. When we got there, the attorney was in complete like shock. Like he didn't know what to do. He had no idea that
he knew what
he was supposed to do with all this bulk cash. Like he didn't want to be responsible.
He was going to pocket as much as he possibly could.
Responsible for it because it was the middle of the night. So he then called the government and let them know that he had the money in his possession. At that point, he was just saying that they did not want to come pick up the money. They didn't want to seize the money. So the next day, we went to the bank and we actually deposited that money at the bank. So it kind of looked like a scene from like Scarface, where we're walking in with these bins of money and they're just counting and going through the money counters and counting it. And it ended up being like $4.something million.
The $4 million was only a portion of the full amount of drug proceeds that was collected by Val and other family members. Val handed it in to Jay's attorney with the expectation that she would get immunity.
He let me know that he wasn't going to disclose to the government who actually turned in the money until he got the immunity in writing, because that they were playing games.
They sound like they're playing games. The whole shit sounds like a game. And it sounds like a game that lasted all the way to 2023. Because if they said that they were going to sell you immunity for $4 million, and they didn't even want to come collect the money, they're already playing games.
So at that point, I know that he was trying to protect me, and he thought he was doing the right thing by having me turn in that money, because that's exactly what they wanted.
Remember, Val didn't have any protection. She was not a part of the witness protection program like the twins were.
Still had your bodyguards?
The government made a lot of special accommodations for Jay and Pete. Not only were they allowed to be together in the SHU, they eventually got to see their families, something that's highly unusual in WITSEC.
So they kind of agreed to allow us to see our family and like on Fridays for a little while at the same place where they're briefing at, their headquarters or whatever, in the DA office. They had like a room where they process, inmates or people they arrested. And it's like a pretty simple room. They probably just take your pictures and fingerprint you in. They have like all these little like holding closets, like with a little bench, and the door has a little peephole. And then they had like in the corner of them, there's 2 bathrooms right next to each other, And there's only one entrance to this room. And my wife would come and bring the kids, and my mom came, and my older brother, and Val and Jay and the boys. And on one of those occasions, it was around like that Valentine's was like on that during that visit somehow.
Like the week of.
Yeah. And I remember that because I remember she wore like something red or something. And I'm carrying my baby. It was kind of crowded. Now, whenever my brother and I were out of a cell, like there was a lot of agents, So they would like crowd, and they would like stand by the doorway, And like just kind of like they'll be conversing among themselves. And there's like cameras up there too, like in that room. So I remember like she gets up to go make the baby a bottle. And the baby like fell asleep in my arms. So I like put the baby down. So right away she's like making the baby the bottle. She's like rinsing the bottle in the bathroom. And I just walked her towards the door with her, and I'm watching her like clean the baby's bottle. And there's no one like, I mean, they can't see me from there.
Bruh, tell the story.
They're distracted by talking to amongst each other, and I remember just walking to the bathroom. It's embarrassing because like there's my mom's there, and and
So everyone was there.
Everyone was there.
they not really paying attention to it.
I told Peter, I'm like, come in.
Yeah, she was like, come in then.
Of course you did.
I remember just like.
And then I think you had the baby in your arms.
I had the baby. You had the bottles.
Oh, I had the
baby,
bottles. Yeah.
Then just going into the bathroom with her and being so nervous. So like I was like nervous, but.
Is this gonna be another story where Peter's like, damn it, why didn't I think of that shit? You always having fun, motherfucker.
I just missed her so much, and I remember just like at that point, like, so what? Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
And I remember her telling me like, come on, Pete, like I want to have your baby. And I was like, you're out your mind. She's like, yeah, I want to have your baby boy, and don't worry, by the time you're coming home, he'll be perfect at that age, and you could play with him. And I was like, you don't know what you're asking for. But I was like, okay, just in the heat of the moment, it was like.
Yeah, I think at that point we're just conversating at that point.
Talking shit.
But I didn't say play with him. I said, I'll have another baby. We'll have our kids by that time. They'll be grown, and you'll have you have a whole family by the time you come home.
Yeah, so she's like, come on, Pete. And I was like,
but mind you, we're still living on that, you're gonna get only 8 years, we're getting in the best situation, where he's the biggest cooperator. And
listen, man, you go into a situation like this, you can't never have the best outcome lined up in your head. The best outcome, that's a perfect thing. That's very, very rare. Something very rare that you're rarely gonna get is they're gonna paint you the perfect scenario, and that's what happens. Now you gotta always expect the worst, man. You gotta expect that whole shit is a lie, and you're gonna get what you get. If anybody's watching and you see any dropped frames or slowing up or freezing or something, let me know in the chat. I see dropped frames here for the first time in a long time. So, all right, here we go.
So you thought 8 years, Matt?
I thought a
10-year sentence.
I thought maybe 8 years max, but at that point I was like,
no, 14, and then we're gonna come after your wives later for another 18 months apiece too.
you'll probably be home in like 3, 4, 5 years. Like, I didn't think it was gonna even be 8 years.
I mean, I guess we were hoping for the best.
That's it. All that hoping
Anyways,
for
that
the
moment
best.
just was so intense, and
Be prepared for the worst.
we got away.
And I was, and then I was super fertile at that time because I
So
just
what happened?
I just had my daughter.
Wait, he
that
knocked her
moment
up in the
just was
bathroom?
So intense, and we got away.
We got away.
And I was, and then I was super fertile at that time because I
So
just
what happened?
I just had my daughter.
So we went for it.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah, so we got busy.
Yeah.
You got busy.
In the,
In the toilet, yeah.
in the bathroom.
In the bathroom.
Yeah.
I believe we got away twice. So
Damn.
there's like one more time, and I just, afterwards I was feeling like, what did we just do? I hope she's not pregnant, you know? And then of course she was pregnant.
was there no cameras in there?
There's
There was
cameras out
cameras.
there, like, but remember, there's a lot of agents. It wasn't like, and I remember we didn't talk about it. She was just told me one day, like, she said something like, "Are you ready to play with your?"
I know.
Are
I
you-
was like, I was already feeling sick, and I was like, I'm pregnant, 100% I'm pregnant. So I took a pregnancy test, and then he called, and I'm like, I'm pregnant, and it was a lot of
No, Shika,
different feelings.
It was just so like such a shocker to hear her say, "I'm pregnant." Like,
Yeah.
And we were both afraid, like
Such a shocker.
scared.
Yeah.
And I remember just like thinking, like, what are the feds gonna say?
Were you allowed to have sex in
No.
the bathroom
No.
in the
No.
custody office?
Of course not. And
No.
it became such a big issue. I just didn't see how it's jeopardizing like so much, you know.
So when did they find out?
So the staff at the prison know I have a baby. Like, she knows she was pregnant. They see her. But I guess they assume, like, wait, how long has he been in custody? Something. But I guess they just figured that's the way she came. That's the way they met me. She's pregnant.
That's hilarious. Little fed baby.
So I have a legal visit about 2010. I'm signing some papers and they're doing an interview. And, all right, see you later. The next morning, like at 7 in the morning, they come knock on my door like, PF, get up, legal visit. I'm like, legal visit? What are you talking about? Yeah, get dressed. And I go and I see the agent and the prosecutor in their same clothes from the day before. I was like, what the hell's going on?
They burnt the midnight oil on you. Something's popping. Something's coming up.
And they let me have it. I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't fucking lie to me. You have a son? I was like, yes. Is it yours? Like, I hope so. What the fuck?
What about
they
the
let
pregnancy?
me have it. They were so pissed off.
So they figured it out.
Yeah.
What did they say?
They made me like be thorough about exactly what happened. And they're like, this is gonna be the most embarrassing thing that you fucking deserve in your selfish. And I look back and I'm like, I understand how that was,
Yeah, he embarrassed them. On their watch. Him and Val figured it out. Not very hard to figure out. They probably thought, yeah, he won't do it. His family's in the other room. Nah, they didn't give a shit. They was smashing. Whoever's outside this bathroom be damned.
I can't say I regret it. I have my beautiful son. I can't say like, who wouldn't take the chance if they had it, But they were very pissed off and it just became a humongous issue. They had people from DC come interview me and they were doing a big investigation about it. Like, to see if I had like somehow bribed someone or were they letting me as a benefit, and and it was like a big issue,
Because it was against...
Like, I broke the rules and stuff, and I'm like, no, I'm a man. That's my wife. Like, if someone gets opportunity, I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened. It won't be the last.
Invisible Coins
Yeah,
just
other
subscribed
issues,
on
like,
YouTube.
they would call it the 3 Bs. The Bentley, the baby, and the billboards.
The twins became infamous for the 3 Bs. The baby was just the start. Next, the Bentley.
It was Avian's birthday, so I ordered her the car. Buying her a car like that was like buying her a Buick at that time. I had my sister-in-law, Valerie, help me. You know, not at that time, she was like trying to help me. Like, she understood what I wanted to do.
All right, he said his sister-in-law, Valerie, so this is Pete talking about buying a Bentley for Vivi.
Do for her, so I'm like, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Her Buick at that time. I had my sister-in-law, Valerie, help me. You know, not at that time, she was like trying to help me. Like, she understood what I wanted to do for her, so I'm like, don't worry, I'll take care of it, you know? To be honest, it was stupid because my wife didn't need a Bentley, you know?
No.
Why did you want to buy her a Bentley?
I don't know, I just...
There it is. What did I complain about in season 1 the most? The fact that they were showing off money without needing to. Showing off money, and then saying, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Come on, man. I'm not trying to hear that shit. He just said it out of his own mouth. His wife did not need a Bentley. Especially when they're going through it.
Like, what could I get at her birthday? You know, it's coming up. What I wanted to do for her, so I'm like, don't worry, I'll take care of it, you know? To be honest, it was stupid because my wife didn't need a Bentley, you know?
She didn't need a Bentley.
Why did you want to buy her a Bentley?
I don't know, I just thought, like, what could I get at her birthday? You know, it's coming up.
Silly.
I mean, we had 10 cars. I mean, you know, we had every car you could think of.
You had 10 cars at that time? Still.
Brett Adams just subscribed on
Did the
YouTube.
government not take any of them?
At that point, I think, no. Not yet.
So what cars did you have?
We had every SUV you could think of. We had multiple, same Range Rovers. Like, we would buy them, you know, 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah, but you had them where? Because if you said they didn't get them because they didn't have jurisdiction in Mexico and they didn't touch your stuff in Mexico, well, you ain't going to be able to touch your stuff in Mexico. So do you really have those Range Rovers? Probably not. They're just on a lot in Mexico that you can't get to.
I had a little party for my birthday. And then they were like, go outside. And I went outside and there's a big Red Bull on the car. And I was like shocked and surprised. And you know, I was truly missing him. Yeah, truly missing him at that point. I was pregnant, emotional.
I mean, the car didn't make no difference, to be honest. It wasn't like what you think it was at that point. You know?
No.
Like, we're more...
You should have sent her flowers then, bro.
More in need of each other than a stupid car, you know? And not, you know, considering the trouble it caused me, like, it was stupid. When the government discovered like that, what we did to acquire that money, you know, that was gonna turn over to them.
Right. So that's why it was a problem.
No, that was just part of it. Like, we spent the money on stuff like that. Just anything that could hinder, you know, you as a credible witness, you know. It's a bad decision.
Yeah, it was a bad decision.
The twins were moved from MCC Chicago to a different prison in order to help protect their identity. They often moved prisons, and we can't always name where they were due to WITSEC confidentiality.
Really?
The first 2 Bs had caused a lot of trouble for the twins.
Where they were.
But it was the 3rd B, the billboards, which happened after they moved prisons. That was the final straw.
One bad decision after another.
Yo, no. And let's not say that the baby, the Bentley, and the billboards is one bad decision after another. Let's start in the McDonald's parking lot. You know what I'm saying? One bad decision after another, man.
Boards. And the billboards was just a violation of mine.
But it was the 3rd B, the billboards, which happened after they moved prisons. That was the final straw.
One bad decision after another.
I got the billboards. And the billboards was just a violation of my security at the time. And yeah, they were not happy about that.
We all paid the price for that one.
Peter, I remember for Valentine's Day, he wanted to put up these 2 billboards. 2 huge billboards on the interstate, like when you roll up to the visit.
That's what my intention was, just to surprise her on her way home. That she sees like a little
What these goofies don't understand is that you just laughing in everybody's face with all of these moves. You laughing in the Fed's face, which is cool. Laughing in their face. You laughing in the cartel's face. Cool. Laughing in their face. But I don't want to hear no shit when it comes back to bite you.
token of my love and appreciation for her. And I felt like,
And it was a next exit where the facility was. So
they were not small billboards.
They were like
they have to be like 300 feet across. Like to me, like they're that huge.
Both of them, and it said Philo. Marrying you was the best thing that ever happened.
And it was black. The sign was black with like big red hearts and white bright letters.
What did it say?
It was simple. We're 300 feet across. Like to me, like they're that huge.
Both of them, and it said Philo. Marrying
Velo? Is that a play on J-Lo? Stop it.
you was the best thing that ever happened.
And where the facility was. So
they were not small billboards.
They were like
they have to be like 300 feet across. Like to me, like they're that huge.
Both of them, and it said Philo. Marrying you was the best thing that ever happened.
And it was black. The sign was black with like big red hearts and white bright letters.
Wow.
So you kind of missed
It was
them.
simple words. It was like marrying you was the best thing that happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I love you too. It's
Yeah.
You're great for husband. I can't wait to spend forever with the second one.
So many words, so much romance. So much romance. Y'all are a piece of work, man. Y'all a special case.
Yeah, they were absolutely beautiful. Like I couldn't believe, like I parked on the side of the highway and I just was just staring at them like in tears with my baby, and I was just staring at them, and we were alone. We're leaving the visit, and we were just there, and I was just like look back at my babies, and I was just looking at the sign, and I couldn't believe, like Peter's always been romantic. But I feel like this gesture was just really over the top.
It made you cry.
Oh yeah, I was in tears, and then I felt happy and then lonely. And
can you imagine the Fed that goes into the office to argue with these fools about this one made a baby in the bathroom, about this one bought his baby mama a Bentley, and then he's like pissed off. He throws the manila folder in the whip. He gets in the whip. He's driver's side of the whip going down that same interstate, and he looks up and he sees these signs, and he don't really pay them no mind, but they kind of caught his attention, and then he passed them off, and he passed them up, and and then he realizes what the hell he thinks he just saw, so he gets off at the next exit and goes around. Imagine being that guy while these guys are just playing around, throwing money, playing games, laughing in everybody's face. It's like taking for granted the fact that you still breathing and playing with that. And I mean, your luck has been luck. You did pretty good considering how loose y'all was playing the game.
And then I looked at my babies, and I just felt like I wanted him home so bad. And it reminded me of what I felt for him as well. And not only did he show me what he felt for me, I mean, putting these big, 2 huge signs on the side of the highway.
For 6 months, you were able to...
For 6 months, yes. So, and I looked at them every time, and I stared at them every time, and it really made my heart.
Oh,
and I think that to be able to show her in like a complete way, or to do something not because you can, because you wanted to. Like it was one of those moments that I felt like I just wanted to make her feel how special she was to me. What got me in trouble was that they made a big news.
It was on the news.
It was on the news. So a journalist seen them, or they talked about them, and they went out to make a story. Like, look what a husband did for his wife. Never imagined that the guy who did it was in prison. But later on, I knew the trouble was coming when the COs would come over to our...
That was a slow news day then, and people are running around, don't know the story, and they're like, A loving husband put up 2 billboards for his beautiful wife on the highway. What a token of gratitude. They didn't know it was somebody in the joint. You know what I'm saying? Slow news day. Whoever set that story up, y'all probably lost y'all job after that.
But later on, I knew the trouble was coming when the COs would come over to our unit and be like, "Who's the guy that put up the billboards?" Don't forget, they're not supposed to know who you are, you know? And I didn't put her name out there. I just put
Come on, man.
They meant, and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be trouble.
Come on, man. You didn't put her name out there?
Man. It was trouble. It was just not for Peter. I didn't say that. Because what I thought he would have said, because of the billboards, my best friend, my brother, who I spent my whole life with, got transferred.
Them boys don't like each other. Not anymore. They're twins, but they're apart. It's always Peter that seems to be catching the ass end of the stick, right? And it's always Jay saying, but nah, bro, it ain't like that. I don't be putting myself in these positions to come out clean on the other end. And here's one time that Jay had to suffer the consequence for something that Peter did. And he sounds super upset about it. So, I don't know, man. It's a lot of tenderfoot shit going on.
It was trouble. It was just not for Peter. I didn't say that. Because what I thought he would have said, because of the billboards, my best friend, my brother, who I spent my whole life with, got transferred. Oh, that's a little bit bigger, huh?
Salty. They want to scrap right there. 50 should have just let them scrap right there. They sound like they need a good scrap. Get it out.
Pete's very public declaration of love for his wife, Viv Lopez, changed everything.
Vilo, well, I guess it's fair game because her last name is Lopez. Vilo.
It brought along a 4th B, breakup. The twins were separated for the first time in their lives.
You know, we all suffered the repercussions.
We had the privilege. It was a privilege granted to us by a special privilege because of our cooperation that the Department of Justice allowed us. Allowed identical twins, which were not, was not.
So when they were in the situation and they were hugged up on the bench, you know what I'm saying, saving each other from the cold, they didn't acknowledge that it was a privilege. They bitched about it. They complained about it. Like, this seems to be an ongoing theme of, you know, you think that you're a special case. You think that, you know, this happens for everybody. It's just happening for you. So then you do some extra shit and now you lose that privilege that you had. Like, you keep losing.
It was against policy to be together. Should we say that you had a special privilege? Sure. Yeah. I guess it was. We were together. They made an exception for us. They made an exception for us and put us together. We were not supposed to be together and we were identical twins. And they basically told us, don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up.
We were bunkies, we were Sallies in the same cell, in prison, and we took it for granted.
That's it.
But the billboards was the beginning of like something solid they had. I guess he decided to do billboards and they found out and they started an investigation. The whole time they think that because who Val is and because who I am personality-wise, they kind of just said it's Jay. Because there was a V on it. And I think they're thinking V-Lo because they're thinking that J-Lo,
yeah.
Val. One day in March of that year, March, April, they come get me to the cell at 4 in the morning. Like, hey, you know, wash up, let me talk to you. I need you to come down to R&D. And I'm like, put on sweater. I see that. I look through the window, I see that there's lieutenants, there's a couple guards. And I'm like, man, what could they want? And now with my brother, he's like, I don't know. And I'm just like, oh, all right. And I go and there's doors, right? So as soon as I step through the door, they lock it. And I go into R&D.
R&D stands for Receiving and Discharging. It's where prisoners are processed and identities checked to make sure the right person is going to the right place. It's the first stop when you arrive and the last before you leave.
He's like, he has my bag that actually came, you know, from Mexico.
on the table. He said, strip.
Roll up, you out of here.
Start taking my clothes and, regular check. But he's like, hold on, I need to make sure. Let me see your tattoos. I said, I don't have tattoos. Let me look at your body, like making sure. And he has both our files. So he's like, making sure I don't have my tattoo on my neck and my chest. Okay, we got the right one. Put on your clothes. And you have the same marshals come get you, and they roll up bulletproof cars. It's like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Big entourage, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, oh, you'll find out. Don't worry about it. Where are we going? I can't tell you.
We're going to the billboards.
I could see forward in the truck. It's a bulletproof truck, and I'm noticing they're talking, like a little bit whispering, like, yeah, well, he's not gonna be with his brother no more. And I'm hearing them talk, and I'm like, that's weird. I could hear him saying it's coming up. As soon as he said that, it's coming up, I know what they're talking about.
The
billboard. Yeah, because I know that it's there. I know it's close by. We just left it. It's coming up. Yeah. And he's like, yeah.
Take a good look.
What you been doing lately? He kind of looks back. I'm like, nothing, but I'm acting stupid. Like, and as we're driving, I could see the huge billboard. I could see that they're black. I could see them in the corner of my eye. I already looked far before he turned. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm thinking, wow, they look nice. But when he said, yeah, so what you been doing? He kind of looked at me. He wanted to see my reaction. And I stared at him. I didn't even look at the billboards. I'm looking from the corner of my eyes. I'm like, oh, not much, whatever the case is. But as soon as he did that, I'm like, shit. They know.
Of course
I didn't think that I was still gonna get in trouble. I'm just like, okay, they know. And they drove me to the airport, and they didn't want to talk to me about where I was going, and it was actually a big jet. And I kind of weighed my way up, you're shackled. I kind of weighed my way up to the airplane, and the pilot said, hey, where we're flying? Where we're going to? He said, New York. I'm like, hey, like, why the fuck are we going to New York? And he's like, just get in. We can't tell you anything, just sit down. It was a plane ride to New York, to the MCC New York.
Dunzo.
Jay landed at Newark Airport. He was greeted by a sea of 30 squad cars and a whole bunch of marshals. They accompanied him on the 40-minute drive from the airport to MCC New York, right in the middle of downtown Manhattan.
I'm thinking I'm going just for a week, a couple of days, and I'm going to go back to my brother. And, I go through the process. When I get there, meet the unit manager, I'm like,
separation anxiety.
How long am I here for?
Forever.
For good. That hurt me. And I was like, but why? She goes, oh, because we need to keep a close eye on your ass. You think you're slick, huh? And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You want to tell me about your billboards? I said, yeah, sure. You just got the wrong one. That was my brother.
Dang, you ratting your brother out and shit? There's no depths y'all won't get to. 5 seconds apart, you ratting them out. Jesus. So that's it? That's all it took? You move him to MCC New York, and he's like, it was Peter that did it. Get him. Damn. These boys are savage. The 3 Bs, the baby, the Bentley, and the billboards. A bunch of bad moves. That's a fact. Bunch of bad moves. Baby, time is they're gonna do the math and figure it out. So that one was coming. That again was urges and things that sometimes us as humans can't control. The Bentley was the same feeling. I think he'd have got the same reaction if he sent a room full of flowers. So that was stupid. That was a throwaway decision. And the billboards, another throwaway decision. Now, you kind of see where Peter's shit was at, because Peter was like, yo, I'm going to buy a Bentley. I'm going to put up these billboards. You see where his head was at. Jay, you see where his head was at. The baby came and shit. But now, separation anxiety for the both of y'all. For the both of y'all. And good luck now. Good luck Val and Jay being able to get to the bathroom and make another baby now. And good luck with her being able to see him at all, considering he got transferred to New York. Where the first thing out of his mouth is, it wasn't me, it was my brother. Woo. It's a crazy game.
I do remember, like, imagining where we're going to end up or, like, what our life was going to be. I had no clue sacrifices we're going to have to make. Every day it was going to take work, and every day it was going to take a thought process to make sure that I was going to be a different person.
Well, you're alone now at that point. It's time to make some adjustments. Episode 3.
The baby and the Bentley were crazy and caused some real problems for the brothers. But it was the third B, the billboards, that completely turned up what their lives were about to look like in prison. The twins had been together since day one. People even called them just twin. For 28 years, every decision they made it together. And now they were both alone. For the first time in their lives, they didn't have each other to rely on.
The billboards meant their special privilege of being housed together in prison was taken away. Jay was blamed and pulled from his cell in the middle of the night. He was put on a plane to the notoriously inhumane MCC New York. The conditions there are so bad that in 2021 it had to be shut down. Over 2 years later, it remains that way, whilst the government figures out what to do with it.
So MCC New York was, to us, was the worst place because it was a Woodstock unit in the MCC, the Metropolitan Correctional Center, which is where they house Chapo, Epstein, and they house them in the segregated unit. And on the 3rd floor is where they kept, Woodstock. It's a special unit for cooperators. And it's the worst thing.
The worst thing, probably the feeling of knowing you in the building with Buddy. In the same building and shit. Dude's a couple floors beneath you, fuming. Talking about I'd kill those twins if I had the opportunity.
It was like a really intense watch on you, on your mail, on anything, because it's 14, 16 cells. There's probably 14 inmates, all the troublemakers. The worst of the worst. That's your last spot. Either it's your last spot before you get kicked out the program, or if you're going there to go to court to testify, that's where you go. And it's the worst place. They let you out to rooftop maybe once a week for an hour. This is the worst part, that the food is cooked by the inmates in the building. They know that unit's for cooperators. So every time they send the food trays out, they come with a little special surprise. I'm talking about every time. If it's gonna be a dead rat, roaches, who knows what they do to the food. And I actually never ate their food now.
Somebody put like the nasty, spoon through the macaroni sound in the background.
One time. I survived off of peanut butter and noodles. At my worst luck, I didn't have a phone. They had took my privileges away. I didn't have my brother. For me, it was one of the most, probably the hardest time I had gone through since I had been in prison. No communication, no visits. Being in this place, being without my brother, being like just lost, and not knowing why.
Not knowing why what?
Jay was struggling, not just because he was without.
What you mean not knowing why? Billboards. You knew why when you drove past the joint. Billboards and babies and Bentleys.
Jay was struggling, not just because he was without Pete, but in MCC New York, communication was limited, so he wasn't able to see his family. Val could tell how badly Jay was struggling and did everything she could to get Jay moved.
I ended up staying there 8 months, and I would say thank you to my wife. Like, when she found out I was there, she knew about the place, and we would write each other letters. Like, she fought for me. You know, she went hired an attorney because they were on budget until finally the head of the people who are handling us happened to do a routine visit to the unit. And they come and they see you. They're the head of people who actually handle witness protection. You could talk to them, express your concern, just, you know. And I said, hey, like, you know, why am I here? Like, you put me here with the worst of the worst.
Billboard.
Like, you know what you did? I'm like, what did I do?
You put up a big-ass billboard. You laughed in their face. Let me tell you something. Those COs, they don't get to put a billboard up for the wife that they come home to after a long day of you know, throwing piss at them. They don't get to put up a billboard. You know what I'm saying? The superior of those feds that put you in there, that was collecting your money, right? That was there to make an inventory of what your life was. They don't get to put up a billboard. They looking like, wait, where they getting this money for billboards and shit? Ain't we supposed to be getting paid? But according to them, sometimes they let them have the money. Just like Val said, 200 grand or whatever, or it was $250,000. And they worked out a deal with the Lamborghini guy that robbed them. And supposedly they let her keep the 250. So that's billboard money. But again, they don't like it rubbed in their face, papas. That's why your ass in New York, lonely, eating rash.
Like, no, I don't know what you do, sir. Like, listen, it doesn't even matter. One of the other guys tried to kick me out the meeting. I'm like, listen, man, I waited for a long time for this. Tell me what I did, you know, and if I did it, you know, I'll be honest, but how am I supposed to know what I did and why I'm here? So he's like...
According to him, according to Jay himself in the last episode, as they was driving down the highway, in the distance, before he even realized what it was all about, he realized what it was all about. He peeped the billboards from a distance so that when they did pass him, he even said that the CO looked at him and he didn't even look at the billboards because you knew exactly why you asking all these questions.
You want to tell me about your billboards?
There you go.
I was like, billboards? Heck yeah, you want to tell me about the billboard you put up on the side of the road, on the side of the road for your wife? I said, yeah, sure, you just got the wrong one. He said, what?
Yo, you ratting out your brother though. Like, ain't no wrong one. If y'all always been one from the beginning and they called y'all twin, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no wrong one, dog. If they're gonna send one to New York, they're gonna send the other to New York. It don't matter. They flip a coin. You just happen to be the one that got dropped off in New York. So you basically ratting your brother out.
So you got the wrong one. And he looks at him and he's like, what? I'm like, you got the wrong one. I know that it was a billboard, sir, but that was my brother.
So what the fuck is that all about?
So I had a fight for 8 months. I mean, Val and I fought every day to get out that place. I was miserable. You know, Val would come see me sometimes for 40 minutes at times. And we had...
Finally a little discomfort and shit, and you trying to send Buddy to New York. Get my brother. Get him over here. Bring him here from New York. Like, dude, take the hit. Y'all played them billboard games together. That's some shit.
And we had problems.
The country with the kids, and the kids were small. Yeah.
I did have a little advantage that you could only see out the window in front of the courthouse. It's right across from the courthouse. And one time, Val brought the kids, and my son, he loved baseball. Then Val actually brought the bases and the t-ball. And she got all the kids, and they had a baseball game while I looked at the window.
Bruh, listen, at the end of the day, you gotta give her that. That motherfucking Val went the extra mile on a regular basis. Shit. She's having full-on Little League games outside the joint for this dude. He crying about it. trying to get his brother sent to New York, so it's harder on them. Like, it happened like that. It's how it happened. Yeah, they got you, but for his billboards, you know what I'm saying? But how you didn't know that they wasn't going to get him for your baby? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all pick and choose. That's the ongoing theme of this whole shit. Y'all pick and choose.
You know, he's funny. He would see catchers. You know how they take their mask off to see where the ball, when they have a high fly ball? Well, in his head, that every time he hit the ball or something, he had knock his cap off and run. He's a baby. He's 2 years old, 2.5 years old. And I got to see that. I would look out the window and there'd be sometimes where I used to sit on that window and just see or just look outside. I don't do anything to just be able to see Val. And one of those times, I was looking at the window. It was like kind of, you know, sun was setting, and I'm looking down the street, and I see I see hips. And I'll never forget her. She's walking. She's putting her suitcase.
Rest of the joint ain't gonna forget her either. They all saw it.
Just happened to stop by just to see it. I'm looking out the window. Like on a weekday. And she comes to the window and she's like blowing me kisses, and it hurt me so much. Like, not to be able to talk to her, not to be able to say anything. And I felt close even though I was like there. I just, no communication, that I decided to make signs. So the next time she ever came, I could just show her with signs, you know? I made signs like, I love you. Be careful. Like, different signs I had. I'm like,
yo, you didn't learn your lessons about the signs, bro? Y'all still wanna... I mean, I guess love is love, right? And who needs it more than a motherfucker in jail? But a billboard is what got you in New York MCC, and you making signs and shit. You didn't learn your lesson.
With paint. A bunch of different signs. Like, where are the kids? Or tell the kids I love them. And I would put them on the window. And it was hard. It was a hard time. That suffering, it led me to be in a place where I was able to do the rest of my time comfortable.
Maybe that's what they needed. They needed to be separated. The brothers needed to be separated and fend for themselves at some point.
The upside of the mix-up was that Jay was able to pick any prison he wanted to go to after the horrors of MCC New York.
They said, where do you want to go? People will come in from different places, and, you know, I ask them, hey, how is this place? And they're like, they'll say this, they'll say that. And then a couple guys came in, they're gonna go testify. And I said, where are you coming from? And they're like, this spot here. And I'm like, how is it? They're like, it's great. There's 3-day visits. The food's good, you know? I'm like, there's 3-day visits? He's like, yeah, you should try to make it out there, whatever. I'm like, I know where I want to go.
I'm so happy with our 3-day visits.
And after that, it just kind of settled in, and I did the rest of my time there, and it helped. We had 3-day visits. Also, we would have Saturday, Sunday for the kids. We'll switch it. But Mondays,
it was date night.
It was date night for us.
Sure.
And it was a lot relaxed too, where I got to play with the kids when they were smaller. Like, they had a carpet where I could wrestle with them on the floor and just play with them, sit down, and, you know, I'm right next to the garden. They appreciate it. They like to see you with your kids.
Where was that?
That I can't say. It was like, you know, it was like one of those, like, you always look at the positives of bad moments.
It was Club Med. It was Club Med. It was one of them easy stays right there. Well, there you go. All that bitching, all that ratting, trying to get your brother sent to New York MCU, you ended up in a good spot to do your time. What you complaining about?
And for sure that became a positive, but still, you know, it was the beginning of me not having my brother.
As Jay mentioned, the twins aren't always allowed to say where they were in prison. Some of the locations are highly confidential. When Jay first was taken from his brother, Pete was left with an empty bed next to him.
What was it like when you both got separated? How hard did you find that?
It was super difficult for us, you know? It felt like it was hard for us to be together sometimes because we would, like, clash a lot.
That's how y'all are now.
Like, just in the raw, of our relationship where he's still my brother, you know?
Listen, all that time, through all of it, at the end of the day, through all of it, through the kidnappings, through the weddings, through the being on the run, through the going to the joint, through the cooperating, through all of it, y'all dudes been each other's security blanket, tethered to each other. The times you've been apart have been times of bad times, like kidnappings and shit like that. Y'all was each other's crutch the whole time. Y'all needed that time apart. I don't know how much good it did, because y'all sound like y'all want to scrap right now. 50 should have just cleared the table, got out the way, and let them scrap.
And I don't want people to get it like misunderstood. I think my brother and I are always like been each other's protector. And it was super difficult to not be with him, you know?
What was it like that first morning when you realised that he'd been taken and that was it, you weren't going to be together?
That day, they'd taken me, it was like 3, 4 in the morning, and they locked my cell back door, and I look, and I'm like, they're probably taking him to the shoe and go back to sleep. And I was, woke up like around 7:30, and the other constable comes in, throws me a garbage bag and says, throw all your brother's shit in there. I'm like, and where's my brother? So when I get up to go call him, like, they took my brother, the phones are off. For security reasons, they shut the phones off. I'm like,
they're in transit. They don't need nobody knowing where they're going.
I'm like, damn, never seen them shut the phones off. And he was gone. It was hard to think that everything they had to go through was difficult on me. Just thinking they were there now, and had to get used to like not having like my twin brother. We do everything together. We made it that far together, and there was so much left to do in our case. And it was hard because we were about to go through one of the hardest situations we've gone through in prison. And we needed each other. It was very hard.
Because up until then, you'd always had that opportunity to be together, and you'd always
for a long time,
made decisions together since you were born. Like, it wasn't just adults, it was like since you were born.
Yeah, that was hard because my brother and I have always had that mentality that we'd figure out a way, find a way. And I think at first it was sad. Of course, it was hurtful to think that my brother wasn't there when I first realized that he wasn't there with me no more. But in a weird way, I feel like we're going to find a way to get back together.
Felt like
it's
a relief.
My
Get your
mentality
ass away from me.
Of course, it was hurtful to think that my brother wasn't there when I first realized that he wasn't there with me no more. But in a weird way, I feel like we're going to find a way to get back together. It's my mentality at that time. We're still a couple months into prison. I was like, yeah, we're going to take care of this, I remember the person in charge of our units. I remember he had a visit. He came to me, he tells me, yeah, I just want you to know something. You don't run this shit. I do.
He didn't have a vision. He had a moment when he heard what kind of hustling honcho you are, and his ego took a hit, so he had to come and make sure you knew who was boss. It's just a simple power play. He had no vision.
I was like, all right, okay, you're right. But, to have them kind of like people over you in that situation, they wanted to keep reminding you that they had control over your life. And they would be inappropriate about, at times, or, things they would say about my personal issues and the things they heard over the phone or stuff like that. And it kind of bothered me. Like, that was like something I can't get used to, that you'll never get used to. But like thinking that I was going to be able to find a way to be with my brother was always like fresh in my mind. I could only hear from him through Viviana, and it was like another burden for her, I think, to put that on her to like, hey, on top of taking care of kids and everything you do, make sure you know everything about my brother.
When it was discovered that it was actually Pete who put up the billboards and not Jay, Pete was disciplined.
So I got a couple of disciplinary write-ups for like endangering the safety of the staff and other inmates, for reaching out to the public, for But, you know, all kinds of stuff.
What they take from you?
They took my phone and my visit.
And then it was Pete's turn to be transferred. Putting the billboards out there meant there was a risk that his location had been compromised.
It was just a stressful time because, like, I ended up being transferred, like, to the worst place that you could be at. I mean, it was just a miserable place. Everyone there was miserable.
So there you go, Jay. You happy now, Jay? You know what I'm saying? You happy now? Your brother Peter put up the billboards, right? You got in trouble for it and got sent to New York. You went to New York and you was like, it wasn't me. Peter did it, right? But then you got to pick the joint that you went to. You went to a nice joint with 3-day visits and baseball on the front lawn. Meanwhile, Peter, who you thought got away with it, didn't get no punishment. He ended up going to the worst joint that you could send him to. So there you go. He's back in the shit. You're back in your position. You know, the position of the brother that seems to always be in the sunlight when the shit goes down.
It's always cold. They're all steel walls, and you had a stainless steel toilet, and you're allowed to rack 3 times a week, if that. Or shower or rack, one or the other. Which one do you want?
What's it called? Rack?
Rec.
Rec.
Recreation.
Oh, recreation.
So you get to go out in the patio or something for 30 minutes or whatever.
3 times a week?
3 times a week. And you're allowed 1 phone call after a month. You're allowed 1 phone call.
Shit.
And it's cold, it's lonely, cement blocks, you know, cement that, yeah, it's a mattress on a cement.
What's it smell like?
You'd be surprised that prisons are clean.
Rafa just
the first thing
subscribed
you
on
do when you
YouTube.
go into the show, you get soap and you clean everything down. You actually clean supply and you just try to disinfect the whole cell, you know?
You clean it yourself?
Yeah, you're on your knees and scrubbing and you lather up soap and you clean up the toilet and everything you're gonna use.
That's your shit.
And it gets cold sometimes. So you try to find ways to hold on to clothes, you know? To hold on to extra socks or like on laundry day, you just try to keep them even if you wash them in the sink because you're gonna need them. And I would write letters and then you get this, they give you this stupid little pencil and you have to figure out a way to sharpen it yourself because they're not gonna be sharpening your pencil every time. It needs to be sharpened, and I would write letters and I would be asking everyone, okay, let me get your pencil, man. So I can, have it, something to write with. And I'll read and read and read or exercise and the time goes by so slow.
It's jail. Y'all giving me a
extremely slow.
jail.
Especially in the beginning, And then you start to kind of get used to that little routine. My loneliness will get the best of me. I'm quick to talk to someone like, hey, what are you doing over there?
What are you doing over there? Quick to talk.
Whatever, play chess.
What, through the wall?
Yeah, you yell out your move, you make a chessboard and you set up, you literally will make a chessboard out of pieces of paper and you draw your little, or write knight on it or rook, or, and you'll yell B1 to, B3, and wait for their move. And then when they make their move, you make the move on the board for them, on your own board. They have their own board.
They was running out of story. Well, I guess this is for
and you hear keys.
People that never saw
the first thing you do is go to the door to see what's going on. Wait for chow. For that styrofoam plate that comes, and you're like, let me see what they done this time. And we had that routine where Mondays was chili mac for lunch. Tuesdays was chicken patty day or something. Wednesday was burgers. Thursday was chicken. The best meal of the week was Thursday. And Friday was fish. That's the routine.
Got the good food.
So did you know what each day was? Is that how you kept track of the days?
Yeah, you kind of keep that track of the day. You know, you make these homemade calendars. And
Not homemade.
if you're lucky and people in the kitchen, they'll give you an extra heavy plate. And what you have to do, you have to put the food to the side. So you're going to eat a little bit of it and save some for later. Because you're going to be hungry. And because the portions are usually small, so when they give you extra food, you got to save it. You know, because sometimes like the dinner would be like a couple slices of bread, some cheese, or peanut butter and jelly. I never drank milk like that. In prison, I started drinking milk because it was just like I needed food, you know? You try to save as much fruit as you can.
I bet you lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I think I was like 140 pounds, 135, all muscle. Yeah, but yeah, you do. I mean, you work out, you try to keep your mind, you know, your routine, you work out. If you have someone like a good neighbor, like you work out together. And if we do burpees. But it's hard. It's sad. Sometimes
It's
I just can't hold
jail.
the tears back.
Now, understand this. That experience that he's complaining about, a lot of people, most of the people don't get it coming from the amount of money that you was coming from. You know what I'm saying? Most people ain't got a dime to their name, ain't had a dime in 2 or 3 generations, and they still in that hellhole. So, you know, I'm sure there's a big sector of the population that ain't got no sympathy for your sad story.
Been miserable. Thinking about my kids, about seeing my wife leave the visit, and just wish I could be there with her, you know? It's horrible to go through that. But for me, what helped me was that I was comfortable with who I was. And a lot of people see you and they tend to like measure you up a little bit, you know? And it was like, I didn't care, whatever. That don't affect me. You know, I have a wife and children who depend on me, who are there for me, who make me feel like I'm worth more. Like they see something in me that makes them love me unconditionally. And I felt like I had to live up to it. Like I allowed myself to be worthy of it, you know, to receive it, you know, to receive their love and appreciate it.
This is the therapy episode.
Take it in and it was hard though, you know, because in there you deal with so many people who are broken and they want to value you as how many people you killed or how much money you had. It's like stupid, stupid.
Y'all got problems?
I thought about my family, my children, that every single second of my time away from them.
Did somebody slap you in there? Did you have to slap somebody? Tell me something besides your heart was aching and your billboards was crying for each other.
So it could be a heavy burden too, you know? Like where you're stuck in the inside and living on the outside, it's hard. And everybody will tell you, don't do that. But not everyone had a Viviana in their life. But it was hard. It was hard. I mean, I had really, really tough days, you know? And I think every man in prison does. When doors close at night and you sit there and you think about all the stupid things you've done, how you got there. If you're lucky, you have those thoughts. So I had this thing where when I was in the unit where I was free, where I would call and check up on my wife and then she would answer and say hi, but not accept the call. I could just hear her say, like, for 1 second. Not even a second, maybe. And that brought me peace. Just hear her say, we're good, babe.
Because you couldn't speak to her?
Because the minutes were limited.
Right,
so
okay.
in order to save some minutes, I would
Everybody
do
knows
something
that
I would
trick.
do it
We've
10
all
times.
done it. Well, these young bucks don't know that trick because I don't know how collect calls work anymore. I don't know if they exist anymore. But when they be like, say your name, and you try to get the whole sentence out in that little bit of time.
Times a day, and they would like get on my ass about it. And I was like, whatever. Like, I just needed to know that they were okay.
Because you couldn't speak to her?
Because the minutes were limited.
Right,
so
okay.
in order to save some minutes, I would do it. Sometimes I would do it 10 times a day, and they would like get on my ass about it. And I was like, whatever. Like, I just needed to know that they were okay.
10 times a day, dog. 10 times a day. That's crazy. They sound mad insecure, like they needed to know where their woman was. What are you doing? I'm telling you. Type of dudes that get cameras in the crib and just watch from work and shit all day.
And just even that one hi.
Like if she just said, I love you, babe. I'm missing you. That would just like to just feel some connection.
Probably do a fit if she did it 9
I got my minutes
instead of
on the
10.
4th of every month. And that day to us was like, happy minute day. Like, we could talk. And I wish I could tell you there was nothing going on during the month, but there was always something going on that made me like go through those minutes faster. And we would literally like write each other 18-page letters during the week and then see each other on the weekend.
I guess I ain't never had that kind of
even
love,
then,
y'all. I ain't never been that, shit. These motherfuckers. Billboards and letters and minutes and 10 phony collect calls a day. Like, it's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Were we able to share with each other everything that was really going on?
Opposite ends of the country. It's in the same thing. Inside the prison walls, Pete and Jay were isolated and lonely. Outside the prison walls, their wives, Val and Viv, were facing the same thing. Every time the twins transferred prisons, the families had to move too. Val and Viv were not only separated from their husbands, but now also from each other, on opposite ends of the country. And even though they were in the US, the cartel has people everywhere. El Chapo is not known for his forgiveness, so anyone connected to the brothers had a huge target on their backs.
When we first came back from Mexico, we came to the United States, I knew what kind of life I was going to have to live. I would never even put my name on an email account, my real name. I mean, I was always hyper aware of if I was gonna do something, I always thought in the back of my mind, like, okay, can somebody find me? Can somebody find myself and my children? So any little step I made, like my bills or an email.
It doesn't seem like it would have been that hard for them to be found. It's like, I don't even feel like y'all took the, crazy measures to not be found. You know what I'm saying? You came home, you turned down the witness protection. Like, I don't know if they was really looking if they didn't catch him.
Like little simple things. I always had that in the back of my mind. That, eventually somebody would find me if I were to slip up. But it wasn't hard for me. I moved around so many places and I lived in small towns and I kept to myself. I mean, through the years, I didn't, acquire not one friend. And if a mom at the school was asking me too many questions or I seen them being a little too nosy, like I would just back off and I wouldn't allow my kids to have play dates with them any longer because I felt uncomfortable. I felt like if somebody was gonna know anything about myself or my kids, that we'd be in more danger than we already were. Me, out of everyone, I was the one very, very always careful. Always careful. And he never let anyone get close to me.
I'm telling you, a lot of this we're gonna do Cartel Wives. We're gonna do the audiobook for Cartel Wives. But as far as backbone, you gotta give it to Val for being the backbone of everybody. The twins, Vivi, everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? When there was no plan and there was no way and everybody was frozen and everybody was crying, she went about her business and handled that. Same shit here. Stayed on it. I mean, as much as she could. I'm not saying she's a saint. I'm just saying that as far as the backbone of this situation now, you know, could she have been in the twins' shoes and still held on? It's like, shit. It's probably easier for them on the inside than it is for her on the outside. They don't got no extra bodies and kids and shit to take care of and people to drag around. They get told what to do instead of having to figure it out the way she did. You know what I'm saying? So she, as far as backbone, she was the backbone of this operation.
When I moved into like smaller towns, I made sure that my neighbors wouldn't ask me questions. And if they did, I would be like, oh, I'm just a single mom. It was lonely. It was definitely lonely because I've always been around people. I have a big family. I've always, you know, had friends growing up, and I lived a normal life. I felt like it was either me have, lived a normal life that I wanted or protect my kids. That wasn't even an option. I was going to do whatever I had to do to protect them.
I do live a life that's very different from anybody in this world. We have to make sure that we're safe, and we have to keep our children out of harm's way. So there's a lot of things that we're accustomed to. Today, I use a prepaid phone because I'm trying to elude private investigators from finding me and tracking me down for the cartel. I feel like I've always said that me and Jay are really strong and that we can get through anything, that we've probably been through so much. And I feel like, we're unbreakable. I feel like we can withstand more than your average probably couple could. But when it comes to like your children, it's like you have this special place in your heart for them. You never want to see them go through anything. You just want to be protective and you just want to shelter them from that. So it's really hard for them. I just felt like our kids are not built for this. Over the years, I've sheltered them so much and put them in this bubble that I just wanted to keep them insulated from this world.
Good luck with that.
They don't know, or they didn't know any of this before. They didn't even know their father's real name because I didn't want them to Google him. Or if I knew there was this special coming out on television about their dad, I would take the cable out and act like something was going on with the cable box because I didn't want them to see their dad on television. And so there was all these precautions that I made. And they literally thought that their dad was in prison for tax evasion because I didn't want them to know. It was really hard for them to see Jay like that.
Yeah,
and
how
I
long
feel like
can you
it
hide
was
that though?
Maybe
how long can you from a child, yeah, but kids ain't stupid. Things will start adding up for them. The internet come along. You can't hide it forever. A couple years maybe at most.
And they literally thought that their dad was in prison for tax evasion because I didn't want them to know. It was really hard for them to see Jay like that. And I feel like it was maybe in the beginning when they were still babies, it was a lot easier for them because they were so young and they didn't know any better. And they honestly thought that that was kind of their normalcy to be visiting their father every weekend in prison.
3-day weekends.
And it wasn't until they got older that they started realizing that he's in jail, he's in prison. He's not coming home.
14 years.
The brothers also had to be careful with who they interacted with. In prison, you never know who you might bump into.
Here I am, transferred to a new prison, and I get put in a cell. I was supposed to be alone, and then they came like, oh, you're gonna have a cellie. Make room.
Oh, that's
He should
right.
be here any minute. When he gets there, I look, I'm like, oh my God, I know you. Here I am with Chapo's biggest rival.
Chapo's biggest rival. JP, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a Sammy the Bull running in here. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised Sammy the Bull, who inspired this betrayal or this escape route, if we don't get a cameo appearance by Sammy the Bull. But for now, it's whoever Chapo's enemy is. That was the sob story episode. It was basically jail was hard episode. Being apart from my brother was hard episode. Being apart from my woman was hard episode. I'm gonna tell the feds my brother was the one that did the billboard so that they could move him here. That would have really kicked him in his ass. Had Jay would have convinced them, hey man, it was my brother that did the billboards, and then they'd have switched them out. They'd have brought Peter to New York, and they'd have brought Jay to wherever he was at. What would have happened was Peter would have got the good days. He would have got the good 3-day weekend, 3-day visit joint, and Jay would have shot himself in the foot. So yeah, that was basically a throwaway sob story. There's rats in the food in prison. The feds are salty about our billboard episode, but the teaser that they set up is that Chapo's enemy is now his cellie. Now he can really sell some information. I hope not, because at one point are you worthless because you just talk too much. So that's it. That's episode 3. They missed each other. Jail sucked. They were separated. So they're a couple months in by now. They did 14 years in a joint. I don't know if they were separated that whole 14 years. I'm willing to bet that they were going to separate them anyway. That billboard shit was probably just an excuse to do what they were already going to do anyway. We want what we want. You guys work for us now. You're going to do what you got to do. Surviving El Chapo, episode 4. This is the politics of prison. Here we go.
We had problems that people just didn't understand us. We didn't fit what they expected or what they assumed what a real gangster, a real whatever the case is in their head should look like.
Okay.
And I always said, I'm not a gangster. I always said, if a gangster could never be a hustler. A gangster could never be a businessman because they have that mentality and that will never work. That's why there's so many failed.
I'd argue that in your business, a businessman can't be a businessman too long without a gangster, because eventually a gangster's gonna come try to knock you down.
Hustlers or drug dealers or businessmen in prison. You know, you try to pick up two things that are never gonna work.
Now on their own in prisons at opposite ends of the country, after the billboard incident, the Flores twins had to learn to be independent of one another.
What was it like being separated from Pete?
It was one of the most difficult times I think I ever had to go through in prison. For a long time, I just wasn't used to it, and I sit there like, man, when am I gonna see my brother again? Not being involved in his life, letting go of the fact that I wasn't gonna have him anymore. And just saying, okay, I have to just try to, I'm gonna do this on my own, you know?
It's all on you, little buddy.
That was like a big step, I think, you know? And it took me years for me to understand that. I didn't have that person next to me, and then you're in prison, right? And I think everyone handles things differently, has a different situation. To me, this was a big deal. I didn't have my twin brother, my person that I was, with before I was born, before I understood anything. And prison's supposed to be hard. I get it, but it did change me in a lot of ways where I felt the depression probably. I felt like I could feel myself just like where something was missing.
Their entire lives, Pete and Jay had one another to rely and depend on. But now, if they were going to survive in prison, they had to learn how to be more like each other.
I had to learn to like be on my own and advocate for myself in different ways for all the different things that we were going through in prison. You know, in prison now I'm by myself and you get put in a bunch of different situations where, you know, I just started becoming a little bit more confident, I guess.
And then over time, it did make me a little bit stronger. I started to realize how we kind of handicapped each other.
Yeah, you better harden up.
And I started to I had to kind of fill in the part that was missing, I guess, on my own.
Listen, for two small guys, they was always together. You know what I'm saying? As far as they were concerned, they made a 9-foot man. You know, as far as they're concerned, you know, one had the other one's wit and the other one had the other one's tenacity, and that was the combo. Now they feeling like half a man out there. Now you feeling like one dude. You better puff your chest out and, you know, get it together, because now you by yourself, all by your lonesome.
I had to kind of fill in the part that was missing, I guess, on my own. And the part that he kind of brought on. It took learning. It took, you know, just learning and really thinking about what that was. And for instance, my brother's negativity. I couldn't always be so positive. Now I had to kind of adjust and, you know, be more like him. What would Pete think about? In any situation, but I started to realize different things as well. Was that being with my brother for so long and us going through the same hardships or life lessons or life made us understand a lot of things in the same way, even though we had different views. We were able to communicate in a way where we just look at each other and be like, we understood each other, that was fine. And I started to realize people would be lost sometimes talking to me. What did you say?
So you've even got to relearn how to communicate in a way.
As we've said before in this podcast, and as I'm sure you've noticed, the brothers sometimes talk as one. Even now, after all this time apart, they still finish each other's sentences and know exactly what the other is thinking. Many twins feel like they have some kind of telepathic ability or sixth sense between themselves and their sibling, so you can imagine what it must have been like for Pete and Jay. Jay had to learn how to communicate on his own pretty quickly, because if he didn't, it was going to cause trouble.
You think that you go to prison, it's going to be different, right? You're going to get away from that life. And you're going to be around, you know, it's supposed to make a difference. And
prison is designed to make you a better criminal, especially if you're slick and witty. Prison's designed to make you a better criminal. There's no rehabilitation in prison. There's no corrections. There's no none of that shit.
Here I am, transferred to a new prison, and I get put in a cell. I was supposed to be alone, and then they came oh, you're gonna have a cellie. Make room. He should be here any minute. When he gets there, I look, I'm like, oh my God, I know you. And he tells me, you know me? I'm like, yeah. You're the Arellano brother.
The Arellano Cartel, also known as the Tijuana Cartel, was at the time one of the Sinaloa cartel's biggest rivals. They attempted to assassinate El Chapo and Mayo multiple times. The Arellano brothers founded and led the Arellano Cartel, and Jay's new cellmate was the youngest of the brothers, Francisco Arellano.
And he looked at me, he was like, then you do know me.
And you're not supposed to know each other.
We're not supposed to know each other, but I mean, we're, you know, and here we are being Sally's, and I used to, you know, when we started talking a little bit, I'm like, wow, look at us. We're here in this, we're in this cell together, and if you knew anything about me before, when we were in Mexico, you would have had no problem just
sending a squad
killing
up.
me.
Yep.
And here we are. And we always laugh about those kind of things. Like,
he'd have smoked
and
you outside.
it was funny to him because he never met someone like who spoke English who like, and that knew a lot of the same people he knew. And here I am with Chapo's biggest rival, the head of the Arellano Cartel, being my celly and turning into this friend of mine. And it was training for him because he didn't understand the culture, right? The politics of prison. So there was a lot of times where I had to like kind of just use my influence to be like, okay, stop, hold on. He doesn't know any better just because it's prison. And yeah, it was, you know, we'll share stories and we just got really close. I think that people would be taken back, like, hold on, did he just say the Arellano brother? Like, yes. Arellano brother who swore, they were like sworn enemies for the Sinaloa Cartel, for Chapo and Mayo. And I wasn't, like, to me, I wasn't invested in those type of like politics, but me being part of the cartel.
Of course, but if you were still in the cartel, they're gonna hold you to that. Y'all don't got your own separate set of rules. You know what I'm saying? That life is ruled by the gun, and that's the part y'all ain't figure out. I mean, y'all figured it out to the sense that you went to the feds as a bulletproof vest, but you know what I'm saying? Like this game, because y'all think the Fed game too. I hope y'all put some money away, because y'all think the Fed game is y'all make the rules too. Nah, they're gonna keep putting y'all ass in jail. You keep playing games.
They were like sworn enemies for the Sinaloa Cartel, for Chapo and Mayo. And I wasn't, like, to me, I wasn't invested in those type of like politics, but me being part of the cartel, for sure.
Absolutely.
Did he know who you were?
You know
he did
what?
by the end.
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up at first. This was early on. So as I started to kind of talk to him, he would kind of look at me, and like maybe 2-3 years into me being with him a lot. And I think I would share stories, like light stories about Mexico, but never really like you don't want to like seem like you're bragging.
See, that's the part I don't understand about all of this. How you in there 2-3 years and dude don't figure out, oh, this is one of them pipeline twins that had the whole, you know, operation set up. Like 2-3 years, all that witness protection, all that hiding your name worked in jail with your celly, that you knew exactly who he was when he came through the door. But it's 3 years and he don't know who you are. He ain't put it together. That shit sounds crazy to me.
And one time he told me, hey, twin, you know, they say that you used to like do this and do that for Chapo and Mayo, like, but he knew, I used to tell him that I knew them and I knew certain people, and he was just like, you know, for the longest time, I just never believed you. And it bothered me that I thought you were full of shit. You know, he's real honest. He said, and I don't know if I still believe you, but I'm starting to kind of understand. He was more curious about the way I was raised and where I come from to how I made it there.
Yeah.
And I guess that's everyone's curiosity. Yeah. The good thing is that, you know, he's a family man. You know, I was family man, so we were kind of there for each other. And through hard times, I was there when his brother was murdered, and I was there for him as well. So it was like one of those things where he would always be like, I never met someone like you, like, that you could just be honest and just open.
You had a fucking love affair.
Be like, I don't think it's a good idea for you to have pictures of your family, especially not of your wife, because then you have different people come in and they're like looking at your family. I used to be like,
Yep.
They're gonna look anyway. Like,
see, that's what
okay.
I'm saying. Like, y'all think y'all had your own rules until the shit come and strike you. You know what I'm saying? You get told not to play with the snake until the snake strike you, and then you're like, damn, I should have never played with the snake. Like, bruh, dude telling you they're gonna look at your pictures and you're like, because you need it so bad. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's just like opening the vault and showing everybody what you got all the time and driving around in Bentleys and shit. You in the joint with a dude that evidently knows what's popping, and he tell you, hey, man, having your pictures up is not a good look because people come in the cell, they look at your pictures. And him thinking, you know, people put 2 and 2 together, that could put your people in danger, all kind of shit. And these guys is like, whatever, as long as they got their security blanket, they're cool. That picture's their security blanket at that moment. It's like that businessman shit didn't serve you well in that situation.
Like, I don't think it's a good idea for you to have pictures of your family, like, especially not of your wife, because then you have different people come in and they're like looking at your family. I used to be like, they're gonna look anyway. Like, it's okay. Just bringing them up to like culture, and I always trying to show him things. And he picked up, because of me, he picked up, started to play basketball. So he used to love playing basketball.
Basketball. He told you to protect
like,
your family.
It's
you
okay.
taught him how to play basketball. Get the fuck out of here.
Just bringing him up to like culture, and I always trying to show him things. And he picked up, because of me, he picked up, started to play basketball. So he's a great athlete for sure, soccer player. He actually made me play soccer, and I never like played soccer. I remember even when I started playing chess when I got there, he gave me this motivation because I just had started playing chess, and I would get aggravated because, you know, I wasn't good. And I remember he told me, he said, hey, twin, I know if you put your mind to this, he said, no one will beat you. And when he said that, he kind of sparked something in me, and I was like, wow, he's right. And I think for 5 years, I dedicated myself to like chess and like learning it and just taking it all in and understanding my mistakes. And I would just, you know, I dedicate a lot of time to it.
And that is the game for that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm wondering, did you ever learn from a mistake? Because I keep hearing the same mistakes being made.
Sammy the Bull was one of the first ones I sat there, and he was like, you know, this piece does this, you know?
Yep, you heard that right. Sammy the Bull.
The
same Sammy
for
the
it
Bull,
all.
whose cooperation against mafia boss John Gotti was the very...
Sat there, and he was like, you know, this piece does this, you know?
Yep, you heard that right. Sammy the Bull. The same Sammy the Bull, whose cooperation against mafia boss John Gotti was the very thing that inspired Jay to convince his brother to turn their lives around and cooperate in the first place.
So he'd sit you down and show you each.
Yeah, like this
what everything
yeah.
meant, which you picked.
Yeah, and he loved the game of chess too.
It may seem far-fetched, but both Jay and Pete ended up spending time with Sammy the Bull in prison. Pete would later spend years as Sammy the Bull's cellmate. Sammy the Bull even tried to extort Pete at one point.
So I'm with Cartel figures, a lot of big major ones. I'm with Italian bosses. Sammy the Bull. You know, one of the persons that kind of planted the seed in my head of, you know, was gonna kind of dictate the, you know, my life, right? And my decision, in a way.
And then you ended up in prison with him. It's really ironic.
Yes.
Rat trap.
He was a good friend of mine. He was able to teach me, and I would learn. You know, I learned how to play board games in prison. I grew up differently. I never played board games. I never knew how to play a card game. I used to use the chess analogies, and I didn't even know what it meant, to be honest. Life is like a game of chess. And so I started playing. I said, oh, shit, life is like a game of chess. Real consequences.
Playing chess is very common in prison. It helps build critical thinking skills, as well as strategy and patience. It's so popular that there are international chess tournaments for prisoners. Both Pete and Jay became passionate chess players. They even showed off their chess skills to me while we were all in the safe house. Chess also helps to keep prisoners' minds occupied. But there's more to do in prison than just play chess. Being apart meant the twins were able to find their own voices. Pete took every class available and even led his own Bible study class after he found God.
No, there you go.
I participated in every educational program that
there
the
you
prison
go.
offered.
We find some way to forgive ourselves as humans, and we find some way to clean ourselves of all of the dirt we did and all of the people that we destroyed. We cleaned it up, and then boom, Jesus come and wipe it all away.
Like every program you could think of, I participated in. And I have certificates, like, 1,000 certificates and classes I took and things I did. And not only did I do that, I helped, teach classes. I took courses to help tutor and, and do, ESL, like English classes and all kinds of stuff I did. I ran the Bible study for years. I did all that.
Can you tell us some of the courses that you took?
HVAC, CDL thing, real estate classes, psychology classes, mental health preparation,
Whole bunch of stuff you could have made bread with outside.
Crocheting, leather crafts, parenting, carpentry, whatever they offered, I was participating. And it didn't feel like a waste of time, I like to learn new things.
Jay also started his own class, but it wasn't a Bible study. He created a self-help class with his own curriculum.
I decided to start teaching like
a Hustlers University. This is how you do the routes. This is how you collect money. This is how you keep them separate. This is how you strategize against and this is how you shop. And this dude was on it, boy.
Self-help class on strengthening your thoughts and your mind and the way you think.
Help yourself to some money.
Your mindset and how you perceive and how you look at things. And I asked for permission to teach a class. You have to go through the whole, fill out paperwork. I had to do a curriculum, I had to do all that. And I was surprised when I actually would ask people, listen, I'm gonna do a class. Next thing you know, I'm having 60 people.
And there was another class he had a hand, or maybe I should say foot, in getting started.
So there's a guy in prison, older man, Puerto Rican man. He was always moving, and he's bald and always I see him step he might be hey, and just come in dancing and look really like a smooth, nice. And I was his name was Joe. I said, hey Joe, would you teach me how to dance salsa?
Jesus.
And he's like, sure, I'll teach you. He thought about it first, I'm but I'm stiff. You want to learn? I said, what do you want to learn? He said, I will teach you.
That's the only class that Peter missed out on, or the only class that Jay missed out on. No, vice versa. It's the only class that Peter missed out on that Jay got. Jay took all the classes, parenting, carpentry, leatherworks, all of that shit, but he didn't get the salsa class. Jay got the salsa class.
I'm a teacher. So he and he thinks I'm playing. He thinks yeah, let me know. I'm no, okay. And I wouldn't tell anyone because I knew I was gonna hear it. So we go and we had MP3 players, and we would they would make these wires that you could hook up to a radio or a TV, and to play the sound. And so I had to kind of make arrangements so that everybody else could if there was a speaker going and it was a workout time, so I could kind of be hey, let me play this music. Could you lower it? Could you put on your headphones? I had to extra favors for it in order to happen. And sure enough, he started teaching me how to dance. At first, it was kind of it was a little bit, I was more nervous about being able to do it. And of course, we're in prison, there's a bunch of dudes so who's the girl? And, and at first it was constant. And at first, you put it on the guard, see you guys doing this. But we have cameras. But then the guards will come in and be are you guys serious? And there he goes, grabbing me by the hip and be move your hip, whatever the case is. And I'm always been sure of myself. And next thing you know, the jokes, they started giving up just like they always do. And next thing you know, they're putting up chairs looking, and they're well, let me try.
Next thing you know, you got the craze that you got in the joints right now. If you see all these TikTok videos, everybody's doing flips and shit.
So it became a dance class. The only thing that some guys, even some guys got it fast. Let me tell you, it took me 6-7 months to learn one song. Next thing you know, sometimes I'll show up late and there's other guys and like, I'm like, hey, hold on. That's me. My class. And thank my teacher, one of the nicest oldest men from Philly. And he really, nice, really nice guy. And he was patient with me and be like, come on. And he'd be like, spin. And whatever the case is. And I always make fun of him because I'd be like, well, how do you, in the beginning, how do you touch her? How do you grab her? And he'd be like,
bro, we got a whole chapter on salsa dancing.
And I always make fun of him because I'd be like, well, how do you, in the beginning, how do you touch her? How do you grab her? And he'd be like, you grab her firm. She had a big butt, so I'll be like this? And he'd be like, hey, I'm not your wife. Be like, whatever the case. So we were, it was a fun time, but it was 6 months. And I had to do a lot of things to actually put that together because we're in the visiting room, we're in prison. I had to get the right guard that knew me. And when they know that you're there to do your time and like not to cause trouble and you help, like they respect that. They're not gonna give you a hard time. So, me taking my MP3 to the visiting room was like, it's contraband, like you can't do that. And me putting the picture up, you imagine walk into a visiting room and there's a picture of a woman. It's not like it's just her in a wedding dress, it's Valerie's type of wedding dress. Yeah. And you're lucky you didn't say breach of security. Yeah.
I love how Valerie put your head in your hands.
So we planned it out.
Those no-cut Versace dresses.
And we planned it out. And I put on my MP3, I already had a playlist.
I walked in with my kids, and it was our anniversary. And he had somebody do this big painting, and they put it up on the wall of me in my wedding picture.
Like
my wedding photo.
These dudes they really sucker for love, boy, because they didn't learn no billboard lessons, none of that shit. They went from billboard lessons to oil paintings and shit. Wildin'.
There's a television in the visiting room, so they allowed him to plug up his MP3 player. So he put on this Mark Anthony song, and it was salsa. And Jay didn't know how to dance salsa at all. When he put out my hand, my kids were just giggling. They were laughing. My daughters, my sons, they were laughing.
And that's cute,
cracking
I guess. Up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you get a moment with your family, but I don't want to hear shit when they put you in the hole about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear that they were picking on you when you was making your own rules around this bitch.
And he took me to dance, and the way he was leading me and the way he was dancing, like, I felt like I couldn't even keep up with him. Like, he was that good. Like, he was practicing for like a year.
And then at first she was like, what are you doing? And she was getting red.
I'm so embarrassed.
And then we just danced.
So dance, I just followed because I was trying to keep up because he was like
so
professional.
We played a Mark Anthony.
Can you remember what song's called?
It was Tu amor me hace bien.
Don't do it.
Does it bring back memory? Super confident. I was like, okay, boss.
I was, and he told me, don't ever take your eyes off of her.
And he wouldn't, and it was like, the more he stared,
and my kids were
so embarrassed.
My kids were laughing.
It's not happening.
My kids were laughing, and
they were cracking up. They were so happy. They were like, wow.
After I played our wedding song.
Bro, they're running out of material on this podcast.
I did get in trouble one day.
There you go.
For going overboard. It was for Valentine's Day. I decided to make Val, they used to do crochet, like teddy bears, and I put like a teddy bear with a red heart with J on it. I made the biggest picture of Val, and I actually had them like airbrush a background for Valentine's Day, not just for me, but for everyone. And I filled up the visiting room with origami flowers and vases.
A dozen of flowers on every
table for everyone. I'm thinking it's Valentine's Day, it's gonna show up. And Yeah, they thought it was cute. They thought it was nice. They let me enjoy it.
And then they smashed
They let me
you
like,
for it.
okay. And then
After that.
And then I got it for that.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I'm not gonna go snitch on how he did it. You know, like at the time, but the cops like, who the fuck do you think you are? And how did you do that? How'd you manage to pull that off? I'm like, just happened.
You should have been that quiet about how your brother pulled off the billboards and you got sent to New York.
They're like, all right, you know what else just happened? Your room is being shaken down, and I hope you don't have anything you have in there that's contraband. You're gonna answer that. And I went to my room. There was like 2 COs in my room just tearing it up. And one of them was a nice CO that I knew that I didn't have to worry about, but one of them wasn't. And they gave me like 5 different shots for like different contraband. Especially the fact they want to put me in the shoe. And thank God I had good prison attorneys. And we beat those charges.
Jay wasn't the only romantic one. Pete sent Viv flowers every Wednesday for the entire time he was in prison. And he learned yet another skill.
He played the guitar. He taught himself how to play the guitar.
One song.
And one song. And
you want this to be a battle?
And he played it. And he played the guitar and sang me the song on the phone. And then
Did one of the brothers just say, do you want this to be a battle? Like, bruh, them two should just scrap. They don't like each other no more. You can say what you want. Chat can say what they want. Comments can say what they want. They might love each other, but these dudes do not like each other no more.
on grains of rice, he wrote down all the lyrics of the song.
On a grain of rice, he wrote every single lyric, every word in the song on a grain of rice.
How many grains of rice was that?
A lot.
A lot?
A lot.
What song was it?
It took months to do that.
Yeah.
You can imagine.
It was Brian Adams. So the theme song to Braveheart.
Was it Robin?
Robin Hood or Braveheart?
Yeah.
Everything I do.
Yes,
I do it for you.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a battle. One learned how to dance salsa, the other learned a song on the guitar. God damn, boy. They were some
In the
romantics,
movies, you
I'll tell
often get
that.
the perception that prison is survival of the fittest, hardened criminals all fighting to be the top dog. In many ways, it mirrors the power dynamic of the cartel. But there's another side that we don't get to see or hear about as much, one that's full of salsa classes, Bible study, and even extravagant gestures like writing song lyrics on grains of rice. For Pete, it was his love for Viv that kept him going, especially as the struggle of prison life really started to take its toll.
You know, I was transferred. I got into some more trouble, and you know, that follows you everywhere you go. And they put me in a place where they're like, okay, and they targeted me. And, you know, it was like constant, like personal vendetta to show you who's in charge. And it was just overwhelming at times. They would literally like shake down my cell every other day. You know, and they'll count my pictures. Like, you can't have more than 25. And, you know, and the visits were horrible. It went from me being able to sit next to my family to them saying, we're going to sit across from each other like this. Don't get up your chair. Don't look nowhere. Don't do nothing.
I mean,
you know, and I was like,
listen, that's just a rule of life right there. You keep fucking thumbing your finger in these people's face and you know, doing things your way. They're going to put the shackles on your feet, shackles on your hand, and have you sitting at that table. It's just the way it is.
Can't touch my kid? Like, no. You're going to sit in front of each other, you're going to talk, and that's it. And they would cancel my visit quick. Like, oh, we have a bunch of people are expected to visit this week, so you cannot go out because you're the one that gets the most visits. And then the people wouldn't show up. I'm like, can I have my wife come? No one's coming. No.
The twins were under intense protection because they were such a valuable asset to the government, which meant the security surrounding visits was tight. They had to vet all visitors when they arrived in case of any association to them. Because of this, family visits were often ended abruptly or just stopped altogether.
And you go and they'll be like, well, there's another visitor coming in. You gotta get up. I gotta get off my chair, go to the back.
And that's just, it's not just an inconvenience for Peter J.
Soroya Braxton just subscribed on YouTube.
It's an inconvenience for Val, the kids, you know, to go that far, to take those lengths to get around, to end up going there for a visit, for them to cancel your visit, just boom, multiple times out the blue. It's just crazy. There's things that you're gonna have to, that people have to live with, decisions that we make that we gotta live with for the rest of our life, that don't get no better. But at all times we gotta be honest with ourselves and not sugarcoat shit. You know what I'm saying? But I agree, when your family got your back, you know, you show your love and your appreciation. What you don't do is thumb it in the government's face so that they could ruin your ruin your visits the way they ruin your visits right now.
Look out, you know, two-way window, like a two-way mirror, and look at the new visitors coming in, and okay them, clear them, okay, you know, like I don't have no problems with them. Like they're not trying to kill me, I'm not gonna have
to check who they were
in
case they recognized you.
Yeah. So then I have to, I'm good, but they'll take their time. And sometimes it was like constant. And it was like, you know, I'm just trying to get through my visit, and it was just so much of me. Like,
that's a weird little system there too, because how about it's a dude that you don't know what he looks like? You know what I'm saying? You don't know who he is. He don't look like nothing. He coming there for the specific, you know, job of getting you. That's crazy. That they was like, yo, just look through the window and tell us who you got a problem with, who you don't got a problem with. Also in the chat, I believe in love, just not being a sucker for love. There you go. But the fact that you're looking through the window trying to pick and choose, it's like last episode of The Sopranos, you know what I'm saying? Tony didn't know what the dude in the members only jacket, who he was, what he looked like. There was no red flags went off for him, unfortunately.
At this point, the Flores twins had been in prison for 6 years and still didn't know how much longer they would have to stay there.
6 years, boy. And that's 6 years of them locked up, and 6 years, you know, I guess the women didn't take the witness protection, so that's 6 years of the women being on their own with the families. So that's 6 years of everybody being on their own, trying to figure it out.
I wasn't sentenced yet, so it was 6 years. I'm in prison for 6 years.
Why did it take so long for you actually to get sentenced?
So, I guess, I mean, it's part of you agreed to postpone your sentence till the case is kind of finished.
Their first 6 years were spent in limbo because they couldn't be sentenced until El Chapo was arrested. On the 22nd of February 2014, Mexican authorities conducted a series of raids on El Chapo's safe houses, which were protected by reinforced steel. Initially, he was able to escape through a tunnel underneath a hydraulic bathtub. He was tracked to a hotel in Mazatlan, a beachside town on the Pacific coast of Mexico, where he was hiding with his family, a bodyguard, his chef, and his babysitter. 3 minutes after the raid on the hotel began, El Chapo was in custody.
What did it feel like when you knew Chapo was first arrested?
I couldn't believe it myself.
Insert the...
Got him! Got him!
I was shocked just like everybody else. I remember being shocked and then kind of like first I was like, whoa, this wasn't for nothing. You know, like, this wasn't for anything. Like, there's gonna be more to this. Instantly, like, there's gonna be more to this. Like, it's not just me just, you know, here in prison, which was kind of scary at the same time. I was in the visiting room and I was on my visit.
With Viviana and the kids?
And they came in and like terminated my visit like kind of randomly, like, you know?
Really?
It's a wrap.
And they asked me
what did you say? Just
no, at first
what's
when
going on?
they approached, like 3 SEALs approached and they opened the door and it was me and Viviana. I was like, we were probably the only ones in the small visiting room at the time. They approached me and they said, you know,
I'm sorry, but your visit has ended and we need you to come with us. And I was like, what did I do? Like, we're sitting across the table, like. As soon as I came to like the door, she was like,
we got the big dog.
Hey man, they just caught Chapo.
Who said that to you?
The corrections officer. The CO comes and he's like, they just caught Chapo, man.
Did they say it to you like that though? As
Yeah.
in, like they just got Chapo really kind of nonchalant.
Yeah, like, and he was like weird. I was like, man, like get the fuck out of here. Like for real. The whole prison's going on lockdown. Like, didn't understand why, but they locked us down. Like, I was escorted straight to my cell. We were locked down for the next 2 or 3 days. I guess they felt like that the prisoners were like, like getting rowdy, especially in the main unit of this maximum security prison, So, in order to keep it, calm, they just preventive measures, they just locked everyone down. And I remember like being able to watch the news on TV and just like being shocked, like I never thought they'd catch him alive, It was one of those moments where it was on every channel, especially like the Spanish news. They interrupted all the broadcasts.
Joaquín El Chapo Guzmán se escapó por segunda vez de un penal de máxima seguridad, ubicado a unos kilómetros de la Ciudad de México.
Un orificio pequeño en su celda y un túnel de 10 metros fue lo que le permitió a El Chapo huir de la prisión El Altiplano.
And then they're showing different parts of the story, and it's weird to see like your face come up in those news, briefs, and when they talk about the case and the magnitude of his, drug dealings and everything he had, done in his whole history, and it was just one of those moments that you just it feels surreal, like I just didn't believe it, and I questioned, what was next for us. And they moved to sentence me and my brother that year after he was captured. They started talking about us getting sentencing like towards the end of the year. I think it was in their point of view that they didn't think that the government was ever going to extradite him. So I guess they felt like, why, keep making us wait. So my sentencing date was set for January 27, 2015. That day I would be, seeing the judge and he'll be deciding my fate. And me and my brother were separated. It was going to be the first time I seen him.
I know they was hoping
El Chapo was captured in February.
Some time served sentence, boy. On some Sammy the Bull was only gonna get 5 years. Be like, man, we did 6 already. Can we get some time served?
February 2014. But there was no guarantee that the Mexican government would ever extradite him. So the twin sentencing was arranged for the 27th of January, 2015.
So when did you next see each other after that moment?
We seen each other in 2015. We got sent to the 27th? Yeah, January 26, 2015.
It was kind of like 5 years later.
I remember thinking that we're gonna go get sentenced, and we're nervous for our situation. We're like, it's really a stressful time for us. We've been through so much already. We're like, this is really gonna determine our future. Our wives been waiting so long. The kids, we're thinking that, God willing, we want to go home.
Right.
We want to go home. And plain and simple.
The twins were in separate parts of the country, and they both had to get to Chicago to be sentenced. The government sent a private jet to escort them. Jay was the first one to be picked up, then Pete. They were both shackled for the journey.
The next day, the marshals come in, and when they move, when they move someone like my brother and I, they come like with, 15 of their special force, marshals,
right,
or
they more
whoever
cautious
their
than y'all
contractors are. Like, they come to get you, and I remember it was very cold. It was snowing, and they ended up driving me like literally 10 minutes away to a little airport. I'm parked in a hangar, and I'm sitting there, and I can hear them talking. You know, I'm shackled. You know, been in the hole for the last 3 days and not feeling good, you know? I'm nervous. I remember sitting there, I could hear him saying, Warlock 1 to Warlock 2. We're approaching.
The sentencing would be their first public court appearance since they were taken into custody. Pete and Jay hadn't seen each other for 5 years.
Damn.
They're waiting for the plane.
I wonder if they were able to correspond from joint to each other somehow. Probably just word of mouth. That's crazy. 5 years. Them billboards cost y'all. The billboards was probably a thing, and they was frustrated about it. But I think they was gonna eventually separate y'all anyway. You know what I'm saying? They just figured that the gig was up. They was gonna separate y'all anyway.
To land. When he kept saying Warlock 1 to Warlock 2, my brother's on the plane. Almost positive sure he's on the plane. I can't ask them. So once the plane, you know, I could see the plane, you know, getting ready to land. We're sitting like in the hangar. I could see the plane approaching the private plane, and you know, it's taking forever, like to land, to spin around. But I remember, like, they pull up, and I'm sitting in the truck still, and I see them, you know, pull the doors open. And when they tell me come on, I rush out. I remember I was just looking down, trying to peek over the corner. I just see his gray sweats and his shoes, you know. I knew my brother was sitting there.
Reunited. All right, that was episode 4. This episode was basically it's called Politics of Prison. From what we hear from the story, it didn't sound like they were either willing to get into or had much problems with other inmates. Seems like they didn't have much problems, but they had problems with you know, with COs and getting away with the shit that they was trying to get away with. And it's basically another filler episode. We've had 2 of those so far, I believe. Yeah, 2 of those so far, which was separated in the Politics of Prison. Filler episode, you know, that's how the game works. I mean, mind you, the Salsa story was fun. We didn't have to spend however long we spent on it, but it is what it is. I want to hear more about the prison stint and what they ran into, and if anybody ever came in there and was like, yo, I know who you are. You know what I'm saying? And now we got the reunion. The reunion is, okay, now it's time to come get your sentencing, go to court, do all that good stuff. And after 5 years, the brothers get to see each other for the first time. So episode 5, season 2, Surviving on Chapo. This episode is called A Life Sentence. The subtext reads, with El Chapo finally captured, the Flores twins cannot be sentenced. They're brought together for the first time in 5 years to discover their fate. Last time we saw in episode 4, or last time we listened in episode 4, the brothers were in an airplane hangar waiting to see each other. Didn't realize they were going to see each other until the very end. So here we go. Season 2, episode 5. Let's get it.
My name is Pedro Flores. I am giving this statement freely and voluntarily, pursuant to proper letters with the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Wisconsin and the Northern District of Illinois. Although no promises have been made to me regarding my cooperation or the sentence I will ultimately receive, I am cooperating with the government
kept either.
in hope.
Not only were no promises made, but I'm sure no promises were kept either.
Of receiving a reduced sentence in a federal case where I have been indicted on federal narcotics charges.
Do you believe in the justice system after what it's put you through?
Well, I remember the prosecutor once telling me when we argued certain things about our case and our charges, and he said to me, the law's not there to protect criminals, it's there to protect the innocent. So,
if y'all recall correctly, that was the first line of the complete Surviving the Chapo podcast. The first line of the first episode was exactly what he just said right there.
I'm gonna take that for the word because I was a criminal, so the law wasn't there to benefit me. It was there to go against me. So I have to respect that, you know? If I was on the opposite side of the law, you know, if I was on the right side of the law, maybe that law would protect me. And I hope it does, you know, but do I agree with every part of it? No.
But you see people get 20, they kill 20 people and they just let them out because they got who they want.
Yeah, who they wanted. Well, people, I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of people are gonna think that our sentence was unfair. And I hope that in us talking about this, and they're gonna get a big picture, see, let them decide what's fair or not. But I'll take responsibility. Do I believe in justice? Yes, because I'm the one that put myself in that situation. If I would never have done that, then I wouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, right.
So it's the same both ways. It's in dealing with the cartel and with dealing with the feds. It's like you put yourself in a position where you stuck having to deal with these people. So again, like you said, the law wasn't there to protect the criminals. And for people that think their sentence was unfair, I don't know. Shit, did what was Sammy the Bull's initial sentence before, like, because I know he got popped off for some other shit afterwards. But what was that, like 5 years? They didn't do no 5 years. These boys did 14 years.
You ever played that game Telephone? For 5 years, that's the only way Jay and Pete were able to communicate with each other, by sending messages to their wives. So far, their time in prison had been about cooperation, and they had no clue how much longer they'd be in for. The twin sentencing was originally put on hold until El Chapo was caught. Now that El Chapo had been arrested, the brothers could get back together.
But it wouldn't last long. Pete and Jay would soon learn their fate, but first they had to get to the courthouse in Chicago. Sat in a hangar and shackled, Pete watched anxiously as a plane approached, a plane he hoped would have his brother on board.
5 years approaching the private plane, and you know, it's taking forever, like, to land, to spin around. But I remember, like, they pull up, and I'm sitting in the truck still. I see them, you know, pull the doors open. When they tell me come on, I rush out. I remember I'm just looking down, trying to peek over the corner. I just see his gray sweats and his shoes, you know. And I knew my brother was sitting there.
What did that feel like?
It was a beautiful feeling to, you know? Yeah, we got emotional right away. As soon as we seen each other, we started crying. And
what did you do when you saw each other?
Well, we couldn't, you know, I was sitting down with
what did they let you do?
We couldn't do much.
What did that feel like?
It was a beautiful feeling to, you know? Yeah, we got emotional right away. As soon as we seen each other, we started crying. And
what did you do when you saw each other?
Well, we couldn't, you know, I was sitting down with her shackled, so we couldn't do much, so we just rubbed our head together. Yeah, with our big head together. and I'm like, bro, like, after I was, like, finding the tear, I'm like, bro, why do you look like that? Right away, I went to him. He's like, I've been in the shoe. And you know, I'm thinking I'm gonna go get a haircut, like, whatever. And it didn't work out that way. And you know what? Just so you know, like, even the marshals that would travel with us, they'll stay quiet for that second, just stare at us, like, what was our reaction gonna, you know, be like? And then he sat in front of me, and we just tried to just, and we forgot about everyone else. And that little 3-4 hour flight felt like 10 minutes. Catching up on different things. And he's sitting in front of me. And then, you know, I'm on nervous wreck a little bit. I'm going to get sentenced. And I'm looking at my brother, and I'm kind of quiet. I'm staring at him because he has this different... He's laid back. He's sitting back, and he's like, you hungry, bro? You know, give him something to eat. And he's like, well, it's because I was prepared. No, I did.
Did you feel different to each other because you'd not seen each other for that long, and also you'd been through so much in that period of time?
I'm gonna say it. I noticed, like, to me, he was too timid. He was too, like, I feel like he was letting them take a part of him. And it was in me that I was not gonna let that happen. So when I see my brother, he has this, as I'm coming in, he's like, "Yeah, get him something to eat, man. He's hungry. Get him. What do you want?" I'm like, "Jay, bro, this is not your jet. These are U.S. Marshals. Like, they give two shits what you say." And I'm just like, no, they didn't. All right, I'll eat. And I remember landing, and I got sick, remember? You got sick. You got sick when we were taking out. When you started feeling better, I thought he looked hungry. So the marshals are there. My brother looked like he needed food. So, hey, excuse me. Bring me that food. Like, they have fruit trade. It's a private jet. Same service. To the marshal, hey, bring him some food. And then, and what did they do? I know, but I'm looking. What do you want? Here's your stuff. I get him the fruit. Get him the drink. Like, hey, do you want anything else, brother? Like, yeah. And I'm looking. And he's like, "Jay, this is not your jet.
This is not your cheese."
And I'm like, "Don't worry, you're good. I'm gonna make sure you're good."
It might seem uncommon for prisoners to be transported on private jets, complete with fresh fruit and drinks. Even we were surprised to find out that it's actually a thriving business. On average, there's over 600 flights a day shuttling prisoners around the US. That's nearly the same amount of flights that take off every day from Los Angeles International Airport. It's not quite as luxe as you would think, though. The prisoners still have to be shackled on the plane. Jay was concerned about Pete. He looked like a shell of himself, timid, drastically underweight, and broken. Eventually, after a nearly 4-hour flight, the twins were taken to a safe house in Chicago, expecting to be sentenced the next day. Instead, they ended up living at the safe house for months.
What would have happened if their sentencing was contingent on the United States government catching Chapo? What happens if they don't catch this fool? They just stay in limbo forever? Like on some Guantanamo Bay shit? That's what it sounds like to me.
Continuing to cooperate on the El Chapo case, going over the same things with the government again and again and again.
So we're like, well, at least we're going to be somewhere a little more comfortable for tonight, tomorrow, whenever, right? And we get to the safe house in Chicago. It's a secret location. It's amazing where it's at. You'd be surprised that they put it somewhere like that. And it's plain sight. Kind of in plain sight, but not in plain sight. Yeah, we can't really discuss. I wouldn't want, it's not discuss it. It's like a bunker. So they take us back. We were there for months. There's no windows. There's nothing. But it's a big old metal heavy door. And it's a room that looks somewhat like a cheap. It looks exactly like a Holiday Inn back in the day. Exactly what everything a Holiday Inn would have. Same lamp, same. Except no bathroom door, no closet doors. And a bunch of cameras inside. Same televisions too. Old fixed and old televisions. Same everything. We're all thinking that we're gonna, they're gonna let us be together. Like we're on the jet together and everything. When we get there, they separate us. And I remember asking the marshal in charge, like, "Can we be together?" "No. We can't be together." I'm like, "I just got off the plane with him. We just drove over together." You're like, "What's the big deal?" "No."
What did that feel like?
That felt again the marshal in charge, like, "Can we be together?" "No. We can't be together." I'm like, "I just got off the plane with him. We just drove over together." You're like, "What's the big deal?" "No."
What did that feel like?
I felt again that helplessness. I was like thinking, like, he's my twin brother. We're on the same case. We're gonna be charged. We got charged together. We're pleading guilty. All the benefits that we had early on, the simple things that we took for granted. They took it from us. So I remember just my brother and I. We right away. We didn't even care to eat. We just sat. We yelled at each other like we were in the hole from the crack of the door. Like we sat on the floor. And he's on one, he's next door to me, so we just yell at each other.
That's even crazier. You got a brick wall between each other and shit. He's right there, you right there, but none of that.
Despite being brought together to be sentenced, the brothers were still forced apart at every moment. Separated into their own rooms, the only way they could talk to each other was to lie on the floor and shout through the crack at the bottom of the heavy metal doors.
And the marshals come check on you every, what, 20 minutes? 8 to 15 minutes or so. They come in, even though they had cameras, they come in and be like, you guys good? Okay. So and you should hear the keys, that's coming. You hear keys, you know they're coming.
So you just yell to each other.
Yeah. And we had regular conversations. We were laughing, just different conversations about being nervous. And then they come get us. Come on, you guys have a visit. And we walk into like a little meeting room like that. Same thing like the rooms that they make a suite is like 2 rooms where you just take the bed out of one and it's like they got sofas. And we come in and there's the government, the agents, the prosecutors, and we're like, what's going on? Like, oh, we're gonna go over some stuff. I mean, this cooperation stuff was heavy. It was work. If I got paid by the hour, I had to get some pretty good checks. And I felt like I was upset, to be honest. I was like, I'm done. I'm done with this help me shit. I just want to get sentenced. I'm over it. Do what you gotta do. I've given you my soul, practically.
They want more than that.
To me, I felt like I was looking at someone who was defeated, who was giving up. That's what I looked at him. So I'm like, come on, be strong. I saw you being nervous. And I saw you being that way because I didn't think you were confident enough. And I addressed that a couple of times too. I'm looking at I'm not confident. To me, it's a test.
You're tired.
We're about to get sentenced and they want help. Tomorrow, they decide my future. What do you need?
Yeah, it was a temperature check. Let's check these boys' attitude today. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow we need them to do this and that. Every day they woke up wondering, have we made these fools do enough? Nope, because that's the mentality that they've always had, that slave shit. And then they said, let's check their attitude. Let's see if they buck today, because if they buck today, they fuck tomorrow. That's the United States government. That's the police for you.
I have a family at home. I signed up for this. They
That's
don't have
exactly
that choice.
what I'm saying. That was past that.
So I was, to me, I'm still fighting to get home. I'll never stop fighting. If I was here to the last day, I fought every day. User attorney know that. My brother would call it tantrums. I call it fighting. I think for me to see us be alike so much, even when it comes to personality, a little bit at times like energy or like whatever we give out. And for him, I felt like I was going one way, he was going the other. It was, I think, troublesome for me. And then if you could kind of tell, like it was troublesome for him to see me the opposite way. I felt like more meekness set into me, a little more humble, a little more like...
Look, it sounds like Jay felt like Peter was losing the will, the internal fortitude to keep going. And that's a real thing. Shit, you go through something, you go through that much, motherfucker get tired. People get tired of regular life, let alone what they was going through. So it just sounds like he was watching his brother lose his will. And that could have been misinterpreted. He don't know what he's going through. They ain't seen each other in a long time. But they got that twin, my old man's a twin. They got that twin telepathy. Going on. So he sensed something. But it seemed like he saw his will dwindling, his will to keep going, his will to, finish the game.
I embraced that part that I was like the opposite way. I felt like more meekness set into me, a little more humble, a little more like patient, a little more like, maybe just, I embraced that part that I was like, I'm human.
On January the 27th, 2015, after months of cooperating, sentencing day finally arrived.
I remember that morning, I'm in the safe house and I turned on the news. Like I just turned on the local news in Chicago. And it's like, that's the story.
El Chapo's biggest distributors, Pedro and Margarito Flores, use stash houses in the suburbs of Chicago.
The Flores twins could be Chicago's biggest cocaine and heroin traffickers ever.
What if one of those stash houses is just still chilling, abandoned, all kind of weight in it and shit?
Chicago's infamous drug trafficking twins, Pedro Flores and his brother Margarito,
They became
the Sinaloa cartel's largest U.S. distributors.
The two hid the drugs in some of New York's best neighborhoods.
The twins, Pedro and Margarito Flores, have spent 6 years cooperating with the feds.
At first, I didn't get it. Like, what was the big deal about me getting sentenced? I also came to like realize that it wasn't gonna be easy. It was, the sentencing was gonna, I'm looking at what the media was saying, like, it changed from us supposedly thinking we're doing something like good to a change to we were still gonna be the villain no matter what. And I understood that. I was like, okay. I just hope that the judge understands this and sees my cooperation and understands the risk we took and why we did this.
The judge.
I remember we were in this hallway and it's like 12 marshals, me and my brother, side to side, handcuffed. And he's behind me and the marshals are there and Peter told me, like, yo, I'm nervous. Like, I'm like, Peter, don't be nervous. Like, look, this is what you're gonna say. And I'm like, just trying to be the strong one, right? Like, I'm nervous too, but I'm not gonna show them.
Peter's like, bro, shut the fuck up. I got this. Relax. I'm already freaking out.
And the marshal's like, man, you guys gotta just stop already. You're making a big deal about it.
Marshall need to mind his fucking business.
I said, I'm not like this, but that day, because I was worried about my brother, I was like, mind your fucking business. What is it to you? You're here to transport me. This is none of your fucking business. I said, you take this job, you do this every day, might not be a big deal to you, but this is gonna change. This is our life.
Yeah, that's.
And I said, and you're taking this for granted. And I went on this rant, and they're like, yo, just come on. And the marshal think that he's like, you're right. I apologize.
That marshal was just an Uber for criminals. Fuck are you talking about? You getting involved? You think you get a vote? You get a vote in my life, bruh? None of that shit. Shut your ass up. Drive the car.
You're right. Say for me, the heaviness of everything we come through, feeling the weight of it again. Like, your fate lies in the hands of someone else.
Like a psychological torture almost.
Prior going into that courtroom and thinking I was gonna see a bunch of people that are gonna be staring at me, I'm gonna have to admit, be sentenced for all my wrongdoing was kind of heavy, On top of everything, like, those thoughts were going through my mind, my family. I couldn't stop thinking of the kids, everyone, like everything we've been through. The unknown of the future, what's around the corner,
What did it feel like on that day?
Like being kidnapped again, being like, your life up in the air. Like anything could happen. The judge could have decided whatever he wanted. Those feelings of being like, fearing for my life again were real. And anyone who has, come face to face with a judge in a federal courtroom could understand what I'm saying to, come up to the bench of the judge where he's sitting up like feels like he's 10 feet, high. And
judge 10 feet tall, throwing people away every day into prison. From the top federal judge to the bottom local judge, they just throwing people away. And a lot of the time, it depends how their day went. You know what I'm saying? Either that morning or the night before, because sometimes they leave that job and they go drink. I just did a video the other day of a bunch of judges that got caught driving under the influence. And my question was, were they that drunk because they drink out of the guilt of the people they throw away and how they dictate people's lives depending on how they feel? Or they just alcoholics? My vote is that they're just alcoholics and they don't give a shit about who they throw away every day.
The courtroom makes you feel so small. That real thought that where it says the United States versus you. Like, what chances does anyone have to fight the United States government, And you feel small, you feel like vulnerable and weak. I felt like you're being brought out to the world to see you. And that was a little like, that was nerve-wracking, like, because my life had changed so much. I'm going in front of people that actually, again, right, that are going to decide your life.
When a prisoner is sentenced, there is a guideline for how long they will spend in prison. The guideline is based on something called an offence level, which is determined by how serious the offence is. The maximum level is 43, which would mean a life sentence. When the twins went into their sentencing, they had an offence level of 59. That's
God
16 levels
damn.
above the supposed maximum.
Fuck
Their
is that?
corporation
That's 17 life sentences?
meant levels could be taken off. It was described by government prosecutors as the most significant in a drug trafficking and money laundering context in the history of the district. In the end, the government recommended a sentence of a minimum 10 years, maximum 16. US District Chief Judge Ruben Castillo sentenced each of the brothers to 14 years in prison, plus 5 years supervised release. The judge said that were it not for their cooperation, he would have sentenced them to life, but noted that they were already living with their own life sentence.
There is never a day in their lives where they won't have to look over their shoulder. The judge said in court this morning, there's never a time that they'll turn the ignition switch on a car and not wonder to themselves, is it going to start or is it going to blow up? That's its own form of life sentence, and that's part of the extraordinary nature of this case.
Maybe the, what's the word? Maybe the glorification of cartel life actually cut them a break. Because this jerk off judge figured I'm doing them more damage by putting them out on the streets. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that, you know, it'd be over for them in a day. That probably helped in their case, because he thought he was doing something. He thought he was doing something just. They got a life sentence. They got to worry about cars blowing up and shit.
Judge Castillo said the twins' operation devastated the walls of Chicago and created a highway of drugs into the city. Jay and Pete's cooperation led to criminal charges against the three bosses of the Sinaloa cartel: El Chapo, El Mayo, and Arturo Beltran Leyva. In addition, there were 51 other people charged as part of their cooperation, including their friends. People like Musico, who you might remember from the strip club night in season 1. He was the person on the other end of the phone organizing for the cartel to save the Flores family's lives when they were caught by the Mexican federales. Even Tommy was charged, Jay's best friend. He was the person who helped Jay get Pete back when Pete was kidnapped by El Chapo, and sat with Jay that fateful night watching the John Gotti documentary that first gave Jay the idea to cooperate. A total of 54 people had charges brought against them because of the Flores twins. Judge Castillo said, "It's never too late to cooperate."
I wanted to have like the best news and feel like, okay, I'm gonna be home in a year and a half, or it didn't happen, you know? I was just halfway.
The twins had spent nearly 7 years in prison before being sentenced, and they now had another 7 years to serve. They were only halfway through.
That sucks.
I was disappointed. I was disappointed, you know? Relieved in some ways, because I felt like I was expecting like a lifetime supervision or something.
Right, you got a date.
Hard, you know? Something hard to live with. I was given 5 years supervision, but again, it wasn't for myself. It was just for my family, my wife, my kids. You know, we were just like halfway through at that point. After 6 years, you know, of not just 6 years, it was 6 years of craziness. To be like, okay, we're halfway. Felt hard, you know? Felt like starting all over.
Yeah, that'd be like where the anger, the next fucking plateau of anger were to set in. Like, god damn, starting over again. It's ridiculous.
After the judge spoke to you and gave you your sentencing, and he said words to the effect of, you're always going to have to look over your shoulder. What did that feel like? What was it like for you?
It's something I already knew, right? But when he said it, I think it was more powerful, right? Of course, it just feels bad because I know my situation, and I'm going to hear those words that he stated over and over again. And I'm probably going to continue to hear them. Like, I understood, like, early on in the situation I put myself in. Part of me felt like I'm always going to be imprisoned by the fact of everything I did. And that's in prison for the fact that I cooperated, right? For me, regardless if I was getting benefits or not, if it was for the good I thought I was doing, So it's 2 different imprisonments, right? Or 2 different life sentences in different ways. If it was with them, it would have been death. And here it was like prison and a life sentence of worries and...
Watch your back.
Worrying about threats and your safety and your family's safety. Even after all those years of growing and thinking about my case and thinking about everything we did, I just never considered what made that I put my family in danger. And sometimes I would think, like, the fact that my wife and the rest of my family would be like, it's worth it. Like, it kind of showed to me, like, how much they loved me and how much they wanted more. I didn't understand that sometimes we were making decisions for our kids that they didn't get a chance to make. Kind of like what my dad did to me, right? And
yeah, decisions that mold the shit that happens for the rest of everybody's life moving forward that they had no clue about. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how bad it could have been. Could it have been better? Or no, none of that. Those decisions were made and they ring off into eternity like that. You know what I'm saying?
I thought when I got sentenced, I was going to come out feeling good. Besides me getting rewarded with no matter what the sentence was, that I was going to come out like feeling good. And I remember that press conference where, like, they wanted to set us as an example. I didn't feel that it was going to be an example for other people to cooperate. I totally didn't feel like that. I felt like it was just a reminder, I guess, a little more of extra torture for me and my family of what was lying ahead of me.
Parade you in front of
people. I think that I was broken, like, inside. Grateful that it wasn't, like, longer, but I was broken. I felt like I was, like, so overwhelmed with thoughts of Viviana and everything she had been through already, and the kids and how hopeful they were. And I remember I was sick again. I was throwing up, like, all the way back, I was sick that I was gonna have to say bye to my brother, like, and thinking that the next time I'll see him again it's gonna be who knows.
I hope you threw up all over that fucking plane. I'd have thrown up all over that fucking plane, all over the food, all over that Marshall. Everybody could have got it.
Did you get to say anything to each other once you were sentenced, before you were parted?
Yeah, I thought they were gonna, like, take us straight back to our prisons, but they didn't that night. We stood back in the safe house again and we talked, and it was hard. I did feel like I see my brothers, like, saying, like, oh, well, what did we expect? Like, a little more hard about it, or stronger about it, and I felt broken.
More logical.
It was hard thinking, like, I wasn't gonna be with him again. When the judge sentenced me and my brother to 14 years, I was hurt for my family because I did think about Sammy the Bull. I guess I was wrong. I guess Chapo wasn't as important, as John Gotti.
I think Sammy, got 5 years? And then he tweaked, he did something, and he went back to jail. That guy's a career criminal, that motherfucker. He probably bodying something right now, or got something to do with something getting bodied right now.
After they were sentenced, Jay and Pete were once again separated. They were sent to different prisons at opposite ends of the country to serve out the rest of their time.
Did it change anything for you when you did go back to the prison?
Of course it did. I felt different. That first day, I'll never forget, like, arriving back at the prison. There's, like, 3 phone booths, like, and they're, like, glass phone booths in that prison. I remember, like, sitting in the middle one, and I could see, like, the courtyard kind of, like, from the windows. Like, everyone knew, like, when I got back, like, to court, where they know what's going on. Everyone just kind of, like, gave me my space, and I remember just breaking down with Viv on the phone. I'm feeling so like hurt for her, like, you know? Like, what do you say to your family? What do you say to your wife that's been waiting for you to come home and you can't come home? I can't explain to you in words what that feels like. Knowing that they need you, they're waiting for you, like literally like holding their breath for you to come home. I remember just thinking, like, telling her, babe, I tried my best. I did everything I could. Everything that I could possibly do, I did to make this easier. And this is as easy as it's gonna get. There's nothing else in my mind I could have done at that time to help my situation. You know, and I felt like I had to live with that. As easy as it's gonna get. There's nothing else in my mind I could have done at that time to help my situation. You know, and I felt like I had to live with that.
It was a snowy, cold snow day. So all the kids were home. I remember I took them out in the morning and they wanted to go out and build snowmen, and there was a couple of kids on the block that would come and play with them in the front. So it was like, it was not good that they were home that day. We came in and we had like a lunch, and then we played games, and a family member there was with me. Thank God for her. And, you know, I remember Valerie texting me and telling me what was going on. And my husband's attorney was very much keeping me updated, and he didn't leave me in the dark at all. So, you know, I was grateful for that. When I heard that, you know, he got 14 years, it was hard. It was like someone like took all the wind out of me.
That's another kick in the chest.
Yeah, I felt defeated. You know, I felt very much defeated, and I felt that I let down the kids too. I felt let down, angered, and really regretful.
The government wanted it back in blood. They weren't playing no games. They was coming for everything they thought they were owed and then some. You know, how much they think they're making a deal? Cool, let's see how much we could crush them against this rock.
I couldn't wait to talk to him. After I had my moment of madness, you know, and I'm always good at that. I'll be super angered and then learn how to just calm myself and to soothe myself and to back into like reality. And I wanted him to call so bad. When he got to the prison, he called me right away, and there was complete silence, like for 5 minutes. It was just complete silence, and we were just crying and in complete silence. I think that we couldn't even, I think just the tears were just coming out. And you know, when you cry like that, I feel like that's just pain really just built up inside. So, you know, we did remind each other, you know, I reminded him that we're gonna get through it and we're gonna be there for each other, and you know, this is not gonna change anything for us. And you know, I try to reassure him as much as I could while I'm reassuring myself, like letting myself know, like, yes, you're gonna get through it. You're gonna be okay. It's just sad in that I just looked at the kids and knew like they're gonna be teenagers by the time he came home.
I know me and Viv are very shocked by the 14 years. And I feel like, you know, when they went to prison, they turned themselves in and they sacrificed themselves to do the right thing and to go to prison. I looked at them like they were so brave and like they were like so courageous to do that, to take a road that's never been walked before. And like, it's like a path to the unknown. And then all of a sudden, it's like you know, they're there and they're in prison. And it's like, we're like, okay, well, I think in our mind, we're like, okay, well, they never killed anyone. They weren't violent. You know, they didn't do drugs. Like, they didn't drink. Like, we would, you know, they're justified. We would justify, like, who they were as men. They weren't womanizers. You know, they were great fathers. They were great husbands.
A bunch of shit that the courts don't take into consideration, I'm sure, you know what I'm saying, that we all know. You know, a bunch of shit that the courts do not take into consideration.
And I remember when Jay and Peter coming back from sentencing, you know, I was devastated with the 14 years. I'm like, wait, what? And, you know, because I'm looking at it like other people that are in the same prisons with them, you know, they have all these bodies lined up. And I'm like, how does that even, like, happen? Like, how are they getting out? And you got 14 years. And Jay was like, you know what, Val? We live in a bubble. We live in a fucking bubble. Like, this needs to stop. Like, no. When I was standing there in front of the judge and he has his cloak on and he's sitting up and you see the American flag in the background, you see how powerful he is. He said, I felt fear. And I realized at that point, like, no, we were selling drugs. What we did was wrong.
And I remember that everybody would always tell you these prison stories about what they say about prison. And they'll tell you that the old timers have been in there for 25 years and 30 years. You know, that they would always explain to the new inmates that there's two kind of inmates. The ones who told and the ones who wish they told. And I would think about that. And I felt that I didn't leave nothing on the table, like I gave it my all. And it's weird because that was a victory, no matter what, for me.
So here's my thought, like, here's my question. Let's just say Pete and Jay, let's just say they had bodies, right? And they were like, yo, this is our opportunity to get immunity for these bodies, and we got to say everything anyway. We got to tell these fools all our crimes, because as you know, with the proffer and with the cooperation, if you tell them one thing, you got to tell them everything, and if they find that thing, deal's off the table, no matter when it happens, no matter when they find it. You know what I'm saying? So my question is, if they would have copped to bodies and copped to everything, or let's just say they had some, and they would have copped to all that shit, would they have gave them 30 years? Would they have gave them 40 years? You know what I'm saying? Anything, at that point, probably anything that didn't look like a life sentence, they felt like they were doing them a favor, you know? Hope that made sense.
You know, for me, like, to have a release date.
Right, you got a date.
That weekend, they put me in the shoe again.
Damn.
You know, for safety reasons.
They said, welcome home.
And
hit the shoe.
Didn't feel good.
6 months after the twins were sentenced, there was a surprise in store for Jay and Pete, and it wasn't a good one.
I was laying in my cell. They opened up the cell doors early, like at 5 a.m. exactly. And one of the guys I messed with, he came and he was like, I could tell he hadn't even been to sleep. He like knocks on my door and he opens it. Hey, Pete, man, wake up. You know, he's like, hey, fool, Chapo escaped.
Chapo escaped?
Oh, yeah, man, turn on the TVs all over, like, watch CNN, the bottom line.
Jesus.
And I'm like,
what?
Get the, no fucking way he escaped. Like, you're like, for real, man, turn the TV on. I turned the TV on. It's a Saturday morning. And I see the bottom line. It says, Joaquin Chapo Guzman, a drug lord or whatever, last seen in his cell at Friday night at whatever time. It just didn't feel real that this was happening, like, no way.
So Chapo pulled,
and I remember
Chapo pulled the SpongeBob, I'm out, and walked his ass through that fucking floor.
Getting up, and they don't turn our phones on until like 7 o'clock.
Crazy. You wake up The dude that you just dropped from heaven found his way out of hell, boy.
This is Joaquin Chapo Guzman, a drug lord or whatever. Last seen in his cell at Friday night at whatever time. It just didn't feel real that this was happening. Like, no way.
Crazy.
And I remember getting up, and they don't turn our phones on until like 7 o'clock or something. So I had to wait till the phones were on. And I remember calling Viviana, waking her up, like, hey, he escaped. She said, who? I'm like, Chapo. She said, what? And I remember just watching the news.
Late last night, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman broke out of a maximum security prison about 60 miles from Mexico City.
Everyone's watching the news. Everyone's like coming by, like, you see Chapo escape? And it was like unbelievable that they were really reporting that. When you think about the situation, you know, the story behind these kind of people is that they do these crazy things because they believe they could do them. They believe they could do the impossible things. An evil genius is still a genius. Like, I don't care how you put it. Like,
That's
and then
right.
he got the balls to even attempt it. And, you know, he got nothing to lose. And I could see why he does that. In a mindset where you got nothing to lose, you might as well, you know, take the half-court shot.
Yep.
Swing for the home run.
You're gonna risk everything. Yep. Swing for the home run. Go for the knockout, head hunt, all of that shit. It's you raging. You know what I'm saying? You're not just going. What's the poem? Don't go quietly into that good night. Rage at the end of light.
Run, like you're down. You know, you might as well try. You know that little saying that comes to mind that they say that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and when you have nothing to lose. And I've felt like that before, like being a kid and feeling like I have nothing to lose. What's the worst that could happen? You know, at that time I was like, I'm young, I haven't really lived much, I'm naive, and I'm deprived of wisdom, you know, of real wisdom at that time, yeah.
Just when you said that, it made me think, God, right, you're right. But the majority of people would think, no, that's not, one, it's not going to work, and two, I'm going to get caught. And they wouldn't even try. The majority of people don't even try because they write themselves off before they even try and do something.
And that's why I could relate to it, because I feel like if I came to someone in my own life and said, look, you know, I've sold over 130 tons of cocaine. I'm a wanted person. You know, my brother and I have been on the run for years, and what if I attempted to do this, and that? They would be like, you're fucking crazy for even trying it. To see the genius of some of the people we dealt with and the things they do to be successful is amazing, okay? And I feel like those are the kind of people that make great things happen, you know? And I wish that they could be brought into some of these legit world, into these legitimate enterprises and see what they could do.
This is not the first time El Chapo has escaped from prison. Nor is it...
Listen, man, success and insanity are next door neighbors. They're best friends. You know what I'm saying? Crazy and success, I mean, to shoot for the shit that, to risk the things that people risk for certain successes in life, you know, you gotta be crazy. Trust me. You gotta be crazy. And everybody's gonna tell you you're crazy. Everybody's gonna tell you no. At the end of the day, you could be Francis Ngannou, the dude that everybody told no, and then he shocked the world. It's just like that.
This is not the first time El Chapo has escaped from prison. Nor is it the first time he's escaped from this particular prison, El Altiplano, a maximum security prison east of Mexico City. Back in 2001, El Chapo bribed multiple prison officers to wheel him out in a laundry cart. This time, he escaped through a mile-long tunnel, but it wasn't just any old tunnel. Hiding below Chapo's shower in his cell was a 3-story deep hole. In it was a ladder that he used to climb down into the tunnel.
You know, he was literally in a well-fortified, constructed prison designed to prevent such an escape. They didn't anticipate him coming from underground.
That boy had a monorail.
That he used to climb down.
The boy had a monorail. He wasn't playing no
into
fucking
the tunnel.
games.
You know, he was literally in a well-fortified, constructed prison designed to prevent such an escape. They didn't anticipate him coming from underground.
So that's exactly what he did. Almost from the moment he was delivered here to Altiplano prison in February 2014, a construction crew from his Sinaloa cartel began digging a tunnel to free him.
El Chapo's exact location was known because a smartwatch with a GPS was smuggled to him. The tunnel dig was coordinated by El Chapo's wife, Emma Coronel Aispuro, and his 4 sons, and it took around a year. It was a well-engineered tunnel that even included lighting and ventilation. After El Chapo climbed down the ladder, he got onto a motorbike attached to a track and was then pulled to the end using an elaborate pulley system. Within a week, he was back in Sinaloa, relaxing in his palatial home with his family and El Mayo, the other leader of the cartel.
As time goes by, you see that he escaped from, a mile-long tunnel. You're like, what? Just like, what's next? My next thing is like, they're really not gonna catch him next time like that. Like,
Right.
they're not gonna catch him. Like,
Right, he's a ghost now.
look what he did to escape.
Some CIA shit. So the boogeyman is out of prison through his tunnel. He got through on his tunnel. So the government came and poo-pooed on their parade and gave him another 7 years on top of the 7 years that they had just done. The Sammy the Bull case, which was, I believe, 5 years, was not the measuring stick. The government, like they said, evidently Gotti trumped over El Chapo in that sense. So then to get to the point where you're gonna do your 7 years and now the boogeyman is outside. Now what happens to the deal in that case? You know what I'm saying? What happens to their deal? Say they don't find Chapo again. Shit, I made my deal, did my job, put myself out there, put myself at risk. You put the hammer down on me. It should be a done deal at that point. 7 years, I'm walking out of here. But the government is a slippery snake. So you never know what's going to happen. And now, at this point of the story, the government's their problem. And the fact that the monster done got in the hen house. Chapo done got outside. So I'm looking forward to episode 6. It looks like they're getting around to the nitty-gritty of this season. And basically, they've been in prison 7 years. So we got from the beginning to the sentencing so far. And during episode 6, Chapo's outside. We don't know where he's at. Well, he's on his villa, like they said, but he's outside. And the feds, I'm sure, are scrambling to get his ass back. You also got to see the brothers, push each other. Jay take the liberty of saying, "My brother don't look right. I need to put the jumper cables to him." And maybe the other brother feeling like, "I don't need no jumper cables right now. I'm tired of this shit." A lot of pressure. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Share this.